Advantage, disadvantage. You can get in this cricket here, right? You will get 1, 2 weekends out of the ball and get away. As
Testing, testing.
opposed
One,
to
two, 1, 2.
well, who am I that ran over? Oh, who am I 3 days?
Testing,
Oh,
testing.
that's not going to happen in this country here. I play for fun. And cricket walk like that. Zone I play the first innings, grade up, get the points, and after that, because they also have the ability to destroy clubs. I mean, my the club get the more, and my one play cricket. You going for that club, you know? The club's struggling all the time.
We're at the business end of the tournament. It's a semi-finals day here in the Regional Police Cricket Tournament. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Weymouth. A lovely day. The wind is blowing. The atmosphere is set for a fantastic contest. The first semi-final, it will be Barbados taking on St. Vincent and the Grenadines. News from the toss, Barbados. The coin fell in their favor, and they opted to bowl first. My name is Joel Manning, and alongside me is Wayne Holder to take you through the early exchanges of this contest. One, which certainly is much talked about. If we look very quickly at the results between these sides when they met earlier in the competition, down at Lears, or maybe up at Lears, given the direction of it. St. Vincent got the better of Barbados on that occasion, but this is the business end. A case of do or die, win or cry. Winner heads on to the finals to be played at Kensington Oval. Loser, well, they head to Kensington, but just to watch. An exciting contest, Wayne. Are you ready for it?
Good morning to you, Joel, and good morning to everyone. This game between St. Vincent and Barbados, actually, these were two of the favorite teams coming into the competition. And the Barbados team making it into the semi-finals in fourth position. The Vincentians actually going unbeaten up to this point. So what we have here is a brand new competition, the knockout phase it is. So everything that has happened is before is of nil relevance.
Opening batting for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Salvin Brown and Shaman Hooper. And coming from this pavilion end is Rashid Padmore for Barbados. Very quickly, could MA4130, MA4130, MA4130 and X6731. Once again, MA4130 and X6731. Please kindly move your vehicles from along the boundary rope. Very sticky conditions out there this morning, Wayne. I had a chance to look at the surface and quite a bit of moisture on it. And we see it coming to the fore there with that one popping.
Well, yes, the evidence quite clear. The batter coming on to the front foot, getting one lifting from a very good length on Salvin Brown, and a painful knock on the one of his hands. There it goes, the bottom hand. It seems like pulling that bottom hand away, but a bit too late as Padmore on a good length. And there we see some gardening being done. So yes, some evidence of assistance for the bowlers are quite early, for the seam bowlers in particular, are quite early.
The toss in this match very crucial. In terms of, we figured that whoever won the toss would have bowled here this morning because of the moisture in the surface, and you might even say more than moisture, probably damp. And you would tell yourself that those who would bat here this morning, the sun isn't out in all of its glory, so they
actually prompted a delayed start, I believe, because of that extra moisture in the surface.
The first run for St. Vincent and the Grenadines comes in the form of extras. But yeah, batting certainly will be slightly tough this morning to get going. Probably can't play the type of shots that they're accustomed to across this tournament.
Well, cricket and batting is all about adaptation, being able to adapt to the conditions that are presented. We don't really walk around with our favorite pitches in our pocket, and you've got to make the adjustment whenever necessary. So Desron Maloney, Salvin Brown, Dylan Douglas, Darius Martin, Kenneth Denver, Shaman Hooper, Rickford Walker, Kevin Abraham, Romaria Bibi, Othniel Lewis, and Benetton Staple, the 11 for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, today's crucial semi-final.
A small crowd gathered ready this morning for the early exchanges between St. Vincent and Grenadines and Barbados. Certainly expecting many to come out to take in today's semi-final actions. They have been with us all throughout the week. First runs off the bat for St. Vincent go to Salvin Brown.
Another delivery, lifting off a good length. The technique of being shown, handling it well, Brown. Getting on top of it, dropping it away with soft hands into the offside. Daryl Bab, Kadeem Aline, Roger Williams, Dario Sargent, Mario Albert, Larry Bab, Darian Seals, Stefan Gooding, Rashid Padmore, Venice Vaughn, and Kemar Smith, a new addition to the police outfit. That's the starting 11 for the local team.
The end of a very quiet over, just 2 from it, 1 without loss. Just once again, could the driver of MA4130 and X6731, MA4130, X6731, please kindly move your vehicles.
Well, yes, good trying conditions here, and the batsmen, the opening pair, Brown and Hooper, getting through that first over, surviving a good over from Rashid Padmore. I'm sure will enjoy the conditions in which he'll be asked to bowl.
Yeah, certainly most bowlers would actually enjoy these morning conditions, especially given that the batters must be a little more circumspect in terms of how they go about playing their shots. You saw in that first over, Salvin Brown looking to pull the ball, and it just wasn't there. The ball wasn't coming through, and that's because of the early moisture in the surface. Making that adjustment and dropping it and getting a single. So things like that very early will be key and crucial for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines side. They've done quite well across this tournament, put on some of the biggest totals we've seen so far in the competition.
Yes, certainly enjoyed the conditions at the BNOC yesterday. This pair of Hooper and Brown putting on a mammoth opening stand against the lowly Cayman Islands.
It's going to be Venice Vaughn to get things started from the opposite end, the south end here.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 275 for 1 and 20 overs. Brown 115 not out, 68 balls, 14 fours, 5 sixes. Hooper made 94, the only batsman dismissed, 39 balls, 5 fours and 8 sixes. Completely different prospect at hand though here today.
Yeah, certainly a lot to play for, and you just wonder if nerves maybe begin to creep in because a little more pressure in terms of the start. You always get to these big games and you tell yourself that you look back and you see how many runs have been scored, and that's without the pressure of knowing that if you lose, you go home.
So police starting with the combination, the usual combination of pace from one end and spin from the other.
They've been able to reap relatively decent success, this pair of Vaughan and Padmore at the start of innings. It's actually interesting, in the last 2 games, they opted not to start with Venice Vaughn. In fact, he bowled quite later in the piece in a couple of those games. And there's that bounce again and that slowness out of the surface. They scamper too and get there quite easily in the end. So good running by this pair, and that certainly will be crucial at the start. It's the end of 2, 5 without loss.
That final delivery sticking in the pitch somewhat as the batter looked for the sweep shot. I think getting it somewhere off. Was it actually signaled as leg byes? Not making contact with the bat, but sticking in the pitch, that final delivery looking for the sweep shot. The Vincentians are making an adjustment to their batting lineup. The order with Hooper asked to open the batting for the first time yesterday, taking full advantage of it too, of the opportunity.
This one goes up, but falls safely.
Leading edge. For once, Padmore going with a fuller length with that first delivery.
I think that's certainly where he needs to be, especially on this surface where it's not true. You can't play your shots, and a couple fault shots will be there, especially with batters who like to go hard at the ball. So in terms of seeing that ball peel off the outer edge, you probably can expect a bit more of that. Soft hands and works that one down. In terms of looking at the type of totals that St. Vincent and the Grenadines have been able to get across this tournament, I mentioned the fact that they've gotten some of the larger scores. Versus Trinidad and Tobago, they got up to 201 for 9. Versus Antigua, 168 all out. Versus BVI, 272 for 1. And versus Cayman Islands, 275 for 1. And they batted first on all those occasions. Versus Barbados, they actually chased. And that was a total of 127 that they had to get. They chased that down in 10.4. So the batting has done quite well for St. Vincent and the Grenadines across this tournament. Like I mentioned, a different task for them here, unable to go as hard at the start as they're usually accustomed to. So it'll be interesting to see how they make that adjustment and what type of total they set here this morning.
Well, both batsmen suffering blows to the hands. That delivery to Hooper, again causing some concern, bringing the medic onto the field.
Should be signaled wide and is by the umpire. We've seen extras really feature a lot as well across this tournament, and I guess when you look at Barbados having won a toss and bowling first, they would want to ensure that they can limit the amount of extras that they bowl. They bowled quite a few in the last match that they would have played at Lears. And once again, so 5 extras so far already, and just into over number 3.
Well, this surface here definitely brings a completely different prospect as to the type of cricket that we are expected to see. T20 generally seen as a batsman's game. Everything in the favor of the batsman bowlers sometimes can be just reduced to cannon fodder. And here is the bowlers definitely in with a chance, and this is going to make this game even more interesting.
Well, you say that they're in with a chance, but I don't think that they're using that chance quite well at the moment. Padmore just not finding his lines at the moment. The surface is there to help him, but he's simply not lining it up in the second over.
Also bowling from the pavilion end. I think the last couple of times I would have seen him, he would have been running in from the far end. So with the wind behind him today,
the wind certainly is here in a bit of gusto at the moment. Slightly, I wouldn't necessarily call it overcast conditions, but it's not the brightest of days that we've seen here in Barbados. But the wind is certainly with us and blowing strong from left to right across the screen of our viewers at home.
But the hazy conditions, which have prevailed over the island for quite a while now. Lots of dust in the air, lots of smoke, lots of ash. Challenging time for those who suffer with sinus issues.
And once again, so this is certainly not what Barbados want at the start of this. 5 extras already in this over, for those 5 extras being 5 wides.
Padmore definitely not really getting it together. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that he's bowling from this northern end. I'm accustomed to seeing Padmore running into the wind, running up the slope from that far end, and maybe finding the adjustment a bit difficult. But giving the batsmen all the time they need to get a sighter, to judge the pace of the wicket.
And there we go again. So the runs aren't coming off of the bat, and we talked about the fact that it probably would be a challenge for St. Vincent and the Grenadines to get going here this morning. But you look at the score, you see 13 without loss, and we're into over number 3. So the work is being done for them at the moment.
Well, yes, and as I mentioned, on a track like this, with the conditions definitely in favor of the bowlers, you want to make the batsmen play. You want to challenge them as much as possible. And giving, like I said, giving them an opportunity to really get their sighting, understand the pace and the bounce.
Well, this one might offer a chance. Oh, and it just falls once again between 2 fielders converging on that one. Neither of them could come up with the catch.
Well, a look on the side of the batsman there, Brown. That ball in the air for quite a long time. And as you said, neither fielder being able to make a catch of it. Ball falling perfectly in the middle of the 2 fielders. So I think the batsman would think that they deserve a bit of luck, though.
A similar fate this time from Hooper, falling in between them. Again, I mentioned that is exactly what I expect here on this service. When the ball is pitched up, and these type of batters who like to go at the ball, you certainly would expect that the pace isn't there from the surface, so the ball will go into the air.
Well, going the left-handed edition of the previous shot, you would have to say, splicing away behind point, falling between the man at cover and the third man coming in off the boundary. Again, fortune favoring the batsman.
And this is where I guess awareness comes into play in terms of field placement at this kind of time, because as I mentioned, with the surface not being there, you start to make your adjustment in terms of where you place your fielders. Even a man like third man, who yes is important in a limited overs game, on a faster surface where the ball is going to come off the edge very quickly, it's going to go down to third man. But on this type of surface, probably needs to come a couple steps off the boundary.
Finally, Padmore getting one in the correct area, and eventually bringing this over to an end. How many balls are actually bowled in that over?
Too many.
3, 4. Am I correct in saying well, actually there were 5 wide, so 12 deliveries actually it took to get through that over.
The end of it, it's 17 without loss. Certainly not what Barbados were hoping for. They won the toss, which you would tell yourself that whichever team won the toss, they were guaranteed to bowl first here today. But it's all about using the conditions, using the surface, and taking advantage of what is out there for you. And they haven't done that just yet. Still early days, though, in this contest. Venice Vaughan to continue from that south end. And certainly we'll want to ensure that the fielding is on par as well. Against St. Vincent, when they played up at Lairs, they actually dropped Salvin Brown when he was just on 5 off the bowling of Padmore.
Not the tight cricket we're seeing from the Barbados police so far. Being rather lax, rather slack, both in the bowling, and now we see a lapse in the field.
Yeah, they certainly want to be tight. I mentioned the fact that they dropped Brown when he was just on 5. He went on to score 36 from 22 deliveries in that match. That's going to be the first boundary. In fact, no, the man is at deep mid-wicket. I couldn't see him at the moment. Gets around and keeps it to 2.
So Hooper looking to be proactive, one notices, and looking to latch on to anything stray, that delivery on the leg stump.
The running certainly will be key for them here at this venue. When you think about some of the grounds that they've played at, the ball has run away quite nicely. You don't think that the ball will run away as well here at Weymouth, especially going towards that far side, which will be the offside for the left-handers. So they will need to ensure that they are calling well and running because every run certainly will matter here. Into the tent, and that now will be the first time the ball clears the ropes, and it's 6 to Shaman Hooper.
Well, obviously Hooper is not going to go down wondering today. Short delivery. Delivery got what it deserved to. And with the ball sticking in the surface, having all the time in the world to wait and pick his spot, Hooper doing that well. Hitting with the wind too.
Tries to go again, but this time that dreaded finger goes up in the first wicket for Barbados.
Well, good change of pace by the left-arm spinner, pushing this one through a lot fuller delivery, and Hooper once again going for the cross-batted shot, going for the sweep, and missing the umpire, having little hesitation in raising the finger. So police make the first strike, and good comeback from Vaughan, having been struck for 6 the previous delivery, changing his pace, bowling that one a lot faster and a lot flatter, and the batsman going for that sweet shot, the umpire are judging that even with the bowler bowling left arm around the wicket, that ball would have been straight enough to pitch on and go on to hit the stumps.
Yeah, certainly making a good adjustment there, Venice Vaughan, and reaping success for it. Hooper, he has to go for 13. The score now 28 for 1.
Well, from 94 yesterday to 13 today. But that is a cricket for you, and as I mentioned, a completely different game. Every day is a brand new start in this game. Nothing to carry you over.
Dylan Douglas is a new batter to the crease.
He's been in ripping form too, Douglas. Quite expansive stroke player. But again, different conditions today. We'll wait to see how he adapts.
An easy single to get him off the mark. So the end of 4, it's 29 for 1.
But yes, police and Venice Vaughan will be buoyed with that dismissal because Hooper was showing a propensity to go after the bowling, and the way he was going after it, any stay at the crease would have expected to be productive, and the 29 off the first 4 overs, decent start. I think that they would have done well not to have lost that wicket for one of their informed players.
Yeah, certainly a big blow for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But I mentioned the fact that they've certainly been in form this tournament, and Dylan Douglas is one of those. He's actually the leading run scorer for them at 260 runs, going at over 200 in terms of the strike rate in this tournament. So he's been fantastic for them. Scores of 25, 39, 103 not out, 61 not out, and 32 not out for him so far in this tournament.
Sounds like a tremendous average with all those not outs.
Yeah, certainly. He's been the anchor for them, and they would want that he can stay out there today, probably get them down to probably around over number 15 and set the platform. A change of bowling for them. Kadeem Aline introduced into the attack now. Starts with a short one. Kadeem Aline has done quite well also for Barbados, not just with the bat, but with the ball as well.
Surprising that the change has been made. Padmore really struggled in that second over just to get the ball on line, to keep the ball on the playing surface.
Yeah, Aline has been brought in at crucial times for Barbados to stem the flow of runs and also pick up wickets. He's picked up 6 wickets so far in this tournament. Economy rate probably a little higher than he might want, going at just over 9 in this tournament. But it mentioned the fact that he's being brought in at crucial times and he's picked up important wickets for them. I think back to just 2 days ago at Lears versus Antigua and Barbuda. He was the man with the golden arm for Barbados. One wonders if he could produce similar magic here today.
Well, again, he will enjoy what is on offer, the surface that he's got to bowl on. And bowling normally just good lengths he tends to bowl. Not the Yorker type bowler, one who is going to take chances, an attacking bowler, looking for wickets all the time.
Speaking about wickets, he's had good favour versus this Vincent side when they met. He picked up 3 for 31 in that match from his 2.4 overs. So he will have good memories of playing versus St. Vincent and the Grenadines. My, what a shot! All the way for 6.
Talking about memories, I don't think you would want to remember that delivery. Pitched up to Douglas and onto the front foot, lifting it high over long on, well, over mid on and out to over the long on boundary. And again, announcing his intentions, immediately Dylan Douglas.
And that is even sweeter. Oh my days, a coconut snow cone with milk.
Again, pulling his length back this time, Aline, after having been smote over the long on area and bowling a delivery into the pitch, but angling down the leg side, and Douglas coming into his wicket and hefting it around magnificently. Sweet, sweet sound off the middle of the bat as that ball is deposited into the depot of the transport board on the western side of the ground. I am not so sure that ball is coming back. I think they will find it on a bus somewhere in Spikestown whenever they do see it again.
It's certainly gone for a bit of a ride. That one. Oh my days, that was a fantastic shot. Picked up the length quite early.
Well, yes, I think that was the key to that, picking up the length quite early, because it wasn't actually dug into the middle of the track. It was a length delivery, just back of a length, and the batsman picking up that length quite early and into the shot. I think the line would have induced the shot though, because that one angling into the leg stump, angling into the body, and just swaying on that back foot. A tremendous shot. The shot of a man definitely in form.
Certainly, the end of 5 is 43 for Warner. I talked about the fact that he's really been striking the ball well, going at 200 plus across this tournament, and it tells you about his intentions. He's very positive when he comes to the crease, and we've seen that here today. Taking a couple deliveries to, I guess, understand the surface, see what is going on out there. But since then, it's been fantastic for him. He races along to 14, and he gets that score going. He gets it ticking over for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Oh, yes, this tournament though has unearthed some sleeping talent. One would have to say among the police units across the region. I mean, when you see the likes of Douglas and right now even Brown, Hooper, you got the Grenadian, the Grenadian crowd at the top order. I mean, some really, really rich talent has been unveiled in this tournament, and these are names that one expects to hear at the regional level sometime very soon, I would think. So the changed ball, because that ball, as I said, not coming back in any hurry, still on its way to the north. In
fact, the ball did come back So it's the same ball being used here in the hand of Venice Vaughan.
So the bus didn't move at the time that I thought it would. The bus was late. That bus to Spikestown. Down the track.
Gets out the dancing shoes and dances to the right tune. Another boundary for them.
Knowing that there is no one over in the outfield because we're still in the power play, and lifting it over the offside field, but good use of the feet there by Brown, chipping down the track.
Yeah, certainly fantastic from him on that particular occasion, getting close to the ball, getting to the pitch of it, and taking advantage of the power play. Two fielders allowed outside the circle, and that shot prompts a change in the field. Kareem Alim now drops back towards the cover boundaries, a man at long off. This time goes straight. Brilliant work out on the boundary, keeps it to Selvin Brown. He's certainly done well for St. Vincent and the Grenadines as well amongst their leading run scores. 197 runs for him coming into this game. He's striking at just over 150. So he too has been amongst the productive ones for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Well, yes, the first time we're seeing Kimar Smith, the new player in the police team. They're doing his stuff at the long off position. Good work along the boundary.
Burst through the hands and into the boundary.
Burst through the hands of that Captain Williams there in that extra cover. But that ball hit very, very hard. Again, the 50 comes up for St. Vincent and the Grenadines with that boundary off the back foot and slashed hard, powerfully through the hands of Captain and down to the extra cover boundary. 50 in 42 deliveries, 2 4s, 3 6s coming in the 6th over.
And this could be a chance. And the hand goes up. And Selvin Brown, he's got to go.
Got to go. He was on the go, looking for that single. I think not recognizing the ball, not being his call actually. I think disobeying one of the basics of batting the ball, going behind him and looking to initiate the single without hearing from his partner, whose call it would have been. The ball played away square on the offside, immediately looking for that single and picked up by Stefan Gooden, it looks like, from the square leg position. The return coming in and a very, very close call given in the favor of the fielding team. Brown is livid as he makes his way back to the dugout. But let's call it a fortuitous strike for the Barbados team. And Brown again looking dangerous, and his innings brought to a halt.
Yeah, he was just at that stage where he started to get going. He was working the ball around quite nicely, start to go on the offensive, on the charge, and he was looking nice. And you would have to think that's certainly not what St. Vincent and the Grenadines could afford at this stage. Another wicket via the run-out route. And well, the score now 53 for 2. Brown, he went for 16 from 20 deliveries. At the crease now is Desron Maloney.
Vitally, that wicket coming inside the power play again, and wanting to preserve your wickets and allow for that extra freedom you're allowed as a batsman when the restrictions are lifted.
The power play comes to an end. It's yielded 53 runs for 2 wickets.
Well, quite even a power play, one would have to say, given the conditions, the fact that police won the toss and elected to field. They would have been searching for wickets quite early, expecting to pick up a few early wickets. The Vincentians were able to match, to handle the conditions quite well and run along at a rate of over 8 runs per over, almost 9 runs per over. But they would feel that losing those 2 wickets would have been a bit of a setback. So quite even power play stage. And now the game moves into another phase with the captain, Maloney, experienced player, one who has seen some outings at the regional first class level, and opting to come down the order in today's match. One also notices that he didn't open yesterday either.
Well, Larry Babb will be introduced into the attack, and he bowled quite well in that game versus Antigua and Barbuda. Kept things tight for Barbados. In terms of how runs have gone for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 24 runs came in the last 2 overs.
So as you mentioned, Larry Babb having a good outing. I think bowling for the first time in the tournament yesterday, and being able to impose himself, took a lot of wickets but kept it very tight. And he'll be expected to do similarly here today.
Yeah, that's the role that Barbados will be looking to for him. Didn't pick up a wicket, but bowled his 4 overs for 21 runs yesterday. Went at less than a run a ball. Given how Antigua and Barbuda started, that was certainly what Barbados needed then. And they need something similar here today. Conditions probably even more in his favor this morning. And going with the expected route, keeping it tight. Not looking to put much pace onto it. More so about the control factor here for Larry Babb.
Well, yes, and coming behind the 2 expensive overs delivered by first Padmore and then young Aline. So
a good looking shot. And just to I talked about that space on the offside there and how much more in terms of distance it is, in terms of the grounds that we've played at. When we look at Laird, when we look at BNOC, smaller grounds which run away a lot quicker. Here at Weymouth, batters certainly will have to run their runs. Fitness comes into play. You look at the schedule that we've had across this tournament, a lot of back-to-back games being played by these sides.
Wide expanse of the outfield would also allow a lot of space, as you mentioned, for running between the wicket. Kadeem Aline has certainly been one of the better fielders we would have seen throughout the tournament. Patrolling the long on area now, one of tendency to put some of the better fielders in these deep catching positions in the T20 game. Taller fielders too, you notice the Jason Holders, the Kyron Pollards tend to patrol these straight boundaries.
More to the extras total. Desron Maloney batting here at 4. Started the competition opening the batting versus Trinidad and then versus Antigua and Barbuda. Had a couple low scores of 2 and 6, but then versus the BVI got 103 not out. And that was the bulk of his runs for this tournament. Another good looking shot, but once again into the room on an offside.
Again, picking up that second run with those fielders as deep as they are out there on that side of the ground, the eastern side. I think we might ask the fielders, as you said earlier, to maybe start a few meters inside the actual line, looking to keep those twos down to singles.
Some work to be done by the sweeper, and does a good job in the end. At the end of over number 7, it's 61 for 2.
Well, good over for the Grenadines, for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines actually, as picking up some 8 runs. And said all ran 2, except for the one wide, but exploiting the wide open spaces, particularly on that offside for the right-hander. Last delivery Bob offering a bit of width outside the off stump and challenging the boundary. So the work of the outfielders, you talk about the running between the wicket, but the fielders have also got to be on the alert. They have also got to be up to it to cover the wide open area.
They certainly will. And fielding hasn't necessarily been the strongest suit we've seen from the Barbados Police Service throughout this tournament. I mentioned the fact that they had a couple drop catches versus St. Vincent and the Grenadines. A lot of misfielding at Lears, especially in 2 games that they lost, one versus St. Vincent, and then it was versus Grenada as well. There was a bit of misfield. That game versus Grenada was here at Weymouth, so they want to tighten up on those areas, especially in this all-important encounter. There's no coming back after this if you lose. Venice Vaughan, well, the ball is forced straight, and I guess we kind of expected that to happen. We haven't really seen him been brought back in many of the matches. He bowled once later down the innings, and that didn't work well for Barbados. Trapped in front, and Vaughan strikes again.
Well, vindicating the captain's decision to continue with him through this 4th over and getting a very important wicket too. The informed Dylan Douglas goes. Another wicket going by the LBW route. Again, with that flatter trajectory, a faster paced delivery has proven to be effective for Vaughan. And Barbados, with a 3rd wicket, will be quite happy to get rid of Douglas on the back foot, and a trap with that one. It looks like the arm ball sliding back into the right-handed batsman and coming down, looking for getting his hands low, looking to get that ball behind point. An ill-advised stroke off the back foot, I think, much too close to him for the shot that he attempted. And Vaughan delivering for his captain.
Vaughan coming up trumps on that occasion. Left arm around the wicket, the angle. That's certainly the type of dismissal that you see a lot from left arm spinners, just going on with the arm, crashing into middle off. And well, Douglas has to go for 17. It's 61 for 3. Rickford Walker is a new batter for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
So we're going to get a chance to see the middle and lower order of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines side, who haven't had a lot of opportunities because of the exploits of their top order batters.
Yeah, the top order certainly has done the bulk of the lifting for St. Vincent and the Grenadines across this tournament. A good return there, but can't keep it down to just the one. So 2 good runs there, gets Rickford Walker off the mark. But yes, certainly the top order for St. Vincent and the Grenadines having done the heavy lifting. Salmon Brown, as I mentioned, 197 runs before this match in this tournament. Dylan Douglas, 260. Desmond Maloney was 117. But Rickford Walker has also done well. He got a half century versus BVI. He's got himself 106 runs in his tournament, striking at 176. And well, they would need one for a partnership to get going, because yes, 63 runs are on the board, so a relatively good start still for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but the wickets have been coming. A single to complete the 8th, 64 for 3.
Well, Vaughan finishes his spell 2 for 26. Excellent work by the young man, especially brought into this tournament by the police as giving a youngster, one of the under 19 prospects, the opportunity to showcase his skills, and I think he has taken the opportunity very well. And I think that police can be very satisfied with what he has had to offer. So that is him done and dusted for the day as far as the bowling side of things are concerned. But like you said, the St. Vincent and the Grenadines side definitely now in need of a partnership. They need to consolidate and stabilize or stop the flow of wickets as they look to get into the second half of the overs, where the power players are expected to come into play. Police, on the other hand, would want to continue making inroads, keep that pressure on the St. Vincent and the Grenadines side, not allowing them to get away, to post anything imposing. It's difficult to decipher, Joel, what is a good score on this surface? What is a par score on this surface?
Well, I can tell you this. If St. Vincent and Grenadines are able to defend it, it's a good total. And if they aren't, well, it's not a good total. Bob to continue, he's into his second.
Makes sense.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Venice Vaughan going quite well and going the expected route. He's gone at just under 6 in his tournament today, going at just over 6. So around what he's gone at in a tournament, but beyond that, he's picked up 2 wickets, 2 vital wickets for Barbados. Brought out the middle order, who haven't had to do much for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Keeping it tight is Larry Bob Albert standing up to the stump.
Well, the field that Larry Bob has set suggests exactly what we just saw, looking to bowl wide of that off stump, or outside the off stump as much as possible, with some 6 fielders on that side of the ground. And there we go, the commentator's curse.
Whipped away nicely. Offline, off length, and dispatched.
Well, I just mentioned 6 fielders on the outside, 3 out, 3 in. And here he comes and delivers a short delivery on the leg stump, asked to be put away, and the batsman, Walker, not refusing.
Prompts a change in the fielding man at mid-wicket, now goes to deep square leg. Finds back where he wants to be. In fact, there's still a man at deep mid-wicket, so the deep mid-wicket now and a deep square leg being employed as 2 fielders back on that leg side. There's also a man at long on. So a lot of room in that leg side.
He's given all the space in the onside, but of course that will be dictated according to the line which he employs.
Goes up and lands safely in the hands of Stefan Gooding. Larry Babb strikes, and wicket number 4 is now down.
Something of an indeterminate shot by Walker. Seemed to be hanging back in his crease, somewhat on the back foot as he played that shot. A pitched up delivery and almost a nondescript, just prod to mid-off. No definitive intent with that particular shot. I think he might definitely have been premeditating a shortish delivery or looking to play the ball off the wicket. Got one pitched right up and was unable to handle it outside the off stump and just lobbed it up to the mid-off fielder, who came around and took a good catch.
A very good catch indeed. It just goes back to what we talked about at the start of this match, and in terms of the surface not really coming on, and for batters who are looking to play that uppest drive, the ball not being there, and more often than not it will go into the air. A wonderful running catch by Stefan Gooding, quite easy
At the end, but he had to do the work. He had to get there. The ball some 15 meters or so to his right. He had to do the work. He had to get there. And also good bowling by Bob, maintaining that full length outside the off stump and forcing the error from the batsman.
Well, the wickets keep coming. And out now to the crease is Kevin Abraham. And once again, just coming out of that surface. The end, though, of a successful over for Barbados, and Bob, it's 68 for 4.
Well, we haven't seen a lot of Abraham in the tournament. So here he gets his opportunity to show what he has in him, but that delivery, again, we're seeing that dismissal Bob going outside the all stump, and the back foot planted by Walker. What you notice is just barely, just no real movement of the feet, either to come forward, stuck in the crease somewhat, playing from the crease, and not being able to impart any power whatsoever into the shot. And just giving it away. I think, well, not necessarily giving it away. I think he's worried out of his wicket by Larry Bob.
Well, Vaughan came to the end of his spell. He bowled his 4, which means a change at that south end is going to be Kemar Smith, the off spinner, who came into the side today. And it looks like he's going to be starting with a slip. Dario Sargent makes his way there now. In fact, no, runs past and coming down to what will be a short third man. That vacant space capitalized on. And 2 to Desjon Maloney. This pair has been brought together at a stage where, yes, when you look at the score, it is a decent start for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but they're going to want to work themselves towards over number 12 into over number 15, ensure that they don't lose another wicket. This game very crucial and very important. Yes, it's a semi-final match here in a beautiful Barbados Regional Police Cricket Tournament.
Attacking type of off spinner, Kemar Smith. He's going to challenge the batsman to play out a lot of deliveries. Tends to bowl stump to stump. And with a bit of variety also. Both in pace and flight.
Plays majority of his cricket at a much smaller ground known as YMPC, so I know that he would certainly enjoy the space here on offer at Weymouth. Allow him to probably throw that ball up a bit more. In terms of the wind factor, swinging to the leg side, the ball will blow back going towards deep mid-wicket, so that's a challenge as well for the batters. And he's really asking questions here, challenging the front pan of Maloney, who's not really found an answer to him just yet. Just 2 runs from it, 4 deliveries been bowled.
As I said, it will make the batters play out a lot of deliveries.
Well, it was just to be 1 delivery left in this over, but a wide means that he must straight back to his mark. The halfway stage of this innings, 72 for 4.
Well, that is a very interesting position. Again, the game continues to be going at a very even keel at 72 for 4 after 10. No team, I guess, can claim a definite advantage. Although at this point in time, the momentum seems to be going with the fielding side. The Barbados team having picked up those 4 wickets. And Kemar Smith, I can tell you, is going to be a good addition. I think he's a good addition to this police side with his double bow, the double string in his bow, because he's also a very attacking, aggressive batsman when the opportunity comes. But a scorecard for St. Vincent and the Grenadines that showed a couple of players getting starts. We had Brown with 16 from 20 balls, Hooper 13 from 9, and Douglas 17 from 12, but none of them being able to go on. And the police team generally, except for those two expensive overs sent down by Padmore, and his second over for sure, and Aline his one over for 14 runs. Generally, the police bowlers have held their own, used the conditions well, and kept the St. Vincent and the Grenadines batsmen in check. But at 72 for 4, I guess both teams would want to do something of a reset. And I think the St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the batting side, will at least want to double the score in the last 10 overs. We expect that the track is going to get a bit easier for batting as the day progresses. And I don't think that they would want to fall short of a 150, for instance, to think that they can exert some kind of command over the police batting when that opportunity comes. But first of all, we've got to get through these last 10 overs of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines innings, and that is going to make for some very interesting viewing. If we can just quickly look at the scorecard here for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. To those joining us late, the Barbados police winning the toss and electing to field. Salvan Brown was run out for 16. Shannon Hooper leg before wicket to Venice Vaughan for 13. Dylan Douglas also LBW to Vaughan for 17. Rickford Walker was caught by Stefan Gooding off Larry Babb for 7. At the moment, there's Ron Maloney, the captain, not out on 7, and Kevin Abraham not out, no score. And looking at the bowling figures, Rashid Padmore 2 overs for 14 runs, including some 8 wides. Venice Vaughan, his finishes stayed 4 overs, 26 runs, and the 2 wickets. Kadeem Allen 1 over for 14 runs. Larry Babb 2 overs, 12 runs, and a wicket. And Kemar Smith just having an economical first over, 1 over for 4 runs. So game interestingly poised here at Weymouth. Semi-final number 1 of the regional police T20 cricket tournament, featuring 2 of the favorites at the start of the competition. As I welcome for the first time this morning, Andrew Mason, some call him the boss.
Yeah, good morning to you. It should be a good morning for all of us because Manchester United won.
Well, a beautiful morning it is.
All right.
Oh, what a lovely day.
Indeed. So the action continues. It's been a good start for the Barbados Police Service. 72 for 4. That wicket's column important here. And they've been able to pick up some big guns for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It's going to be Larry Babb to continue with his experience. Far too short and pulled away. Well, he's bowled a couple of those. That's gone over mid-wicket. That's gone for 6. That's a very bad delivery.
Meat and drink, as Bob probably just needs to get to reawaken coming off the refreshment break, and offering a simple delivery, short delivery, and Maloney is not going to miss out on that. He's much too good a player to get that one get away, and that one helped again into the compound of the transport board.
Too short. And as you said, gone over mid-wicket, it's gone for 6. And immediately, Babb apologizing to his team for that very poor delivery.
Erring in both length and line, because it was also a delivery into the leg side of things more. And the field that he has set, he has been employing a tactic of looking to get that ball full and wide of all stump mostly, but straying on that occasion.
Strays again. But lucky to have gotten away with that. It was just about the leg. Some leg by is signaled by the umpire. And it's 79 for 4. We're into over number 11 here with Brown 16, Hooper 13, Douglas 17, and Walker 7, the batsman to go. So an important period in terms of the innings for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines police force. That's very wide. That's going to be called a wide. In fact, there was an over from Padmore in which 7 wides were bowled, and we've had several wides. In fact, we're into over number 11, and already we've had 11 wides.
Well, yes, that has been a factor. The control of the bowlers has been somewhat lacking. Yes, they have bowled some good deliveries. They bowled wicket-taking deliveries, but there has also been a bit too much wayward stuff.
Big appeal for leg before, but I suppose with the angle, umpire Laborde, who's had a good time, female from Central Trinidad and Chaguanas, has done well.
Laborde and Earl Cullimore officiating today. This first semi-final, Bob with the delivery, the guest coming in with the arm, the left arm bowler bowling over the wicket, getting that ball to angle down the leg side as he's pitching this one up.
Yeah, much fuller and wide too as well. And Abrams looking to free his arms and go through cover. That's, I think, the line he should bowl via the off stump. But when you bowl it short on the leg stump, you're going to be flirting with danger, so to speak. And he's recovered quite nicely the last couple of deliveries. Looking to finish strongly here, Bab. Much better delivery. And some overthrows, possibly no. Fielder at that backward point position, had a shot at the stumps. The keeper couldn't get up. But it went so quickly down towards that long on area, they were not able to come back for the second. So we've had 9 from the over, 1 left, and Maloney will want to try to get a boundary possibly here. Let's see. But he should only get 1. There's a bit of a fumble, but again, the batsman not running quickly for the first and putting pressure on the fielder coming off the boundary. Seal in the end, just a single. So 10 from the over. And it's now 11 gone. St. Vincent and the Grenadines police force have been inserted. They're 82 for 4.
Well, I think Maloney is going to be a very key cog in the wheel of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines side. Probably the most experienced player in this side and the captain also. And he will want to hold this innings together, shepherd his flock through to the end of this innings. So, again, challenging conditions. So, he is going to look to have to protect the other batsmen. So his input is going to be of key importance.
So it's going to be Smith to continue. And looking for a run which is not on. Smith came down the pitch and cover came in, they converged. And Maloney looking for a run. But that's good bowling, good length, good line, keeping the batsman quiet. It's been a good start to his second over, Smith. It's done very well for YMPC in the local competition.
Has done so in all formats. Has been very, very good in the white ball formats of the game. I thought he was a bit unlucky, Andrew, not to get into that Barbados side in the regional Super 50 competition, particularly when I think it was Craig Bath at the captain. One of Chase, it was Roston Chase was called up by the West Indies.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I thought that he would have been the perfect like-for-like replacement. And it's very, very unfortunate that they didn't go with him. They went with an opening batsman to replace an all-rounder.
It's a very strange decision. Very decent cricket he is. And a little push in the offside for 1 only. As Padmore has to come across to his right, moving from that backward point area out to cover. But this has been a good over so far, and with 2 to come, he just conceded 2 in the over. Let's see what Maloney will do here. Will he push for the second? He's looking to push for the second, and they really, I believe, should have had 2 there. Aline came off the boundary at cover, didn't pick it up, but they didn't go for the first one quickly. And in fact, Abrams was keen to come back for the second, but his captain wasn't. So the last ball of the over, let's see what happens. Is he going to be tight with this last delivery? He is, certainly. Beautiful piece of bowling. As that last delivery was outside the off stump with batsman Maloney looking to, rather Abrams looking to swing it away. So we've had 2 overs from Kimar Smith. He's bowled 2 overs, nobody's done for 7. And at the end of over number 12, St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force there, 85 for 4.
Showing some variation there, young Smith, taking the pace of that final delivery. We noticed the batsman, Abraham, into the shot long before the ball actually reached him. I think it's important too that Maloney taking the 1 run off the 5th delivery, because he would want to maintain the strike as much as possible. So it might have been in his and St. Vincent's favor that they didn't go for that 2nd run.
So he maintained strike. That's a good observation you've made. That he's a key man. The rate is under 8. It's 7.08, and it's 85 for 4. Now the options for the Barbados Police Service, Padmore has got 2. Vaughan has bowled out 4 overs, no bid is done for 26. Aline's first over cost 40 was expensive. He's got 3. Bab has got 1 more, and it looks as if we're going to have a change. Let's wait and see. Yes, Bab has got a bowl out. Pretty decent so far. 3 overs, no bid is 1 for 21. And Smith has been brilliant. 2 overs, no bid is done for 7. Here's Bab in his last over. And that's going to go out towards the boundary. And we'll get there as well. A bit of a swing. Buys. So the keeper's up and went past him. And that's gone away for 4 buys.
A disconcerting bounce, though. That delivery kicked from a very good length. And with the batsman in front of him flailing away, wicketkeeper Albert would have done well to get a glove onto that ball. Ball coming up somewhere towards the shoulder and running quickly into the boundary at long leg, and has prompted Albert to go back into the more conventional position. But the pitch has been a bit uncertain, let's say. The bounce has been a bit uncertain.
That's hit Miles. What a shot. High over, wide, long on, bang onto the pavilion here. That's hit with a washpan of disdain. My golly.
That is a big shot, Andrew. Length delivery, offering his arms, and Maloney swinging lustily through it. The ball going high, wide over the mid-on, over long on, and landing in the pavilion here at Weymouth. A mighty hit. I think if we had to measure that one, Andrew, that one's somewhere in the area of 80 meters, actually on the roof of the pavilion. I think that would have measured somewhere near to 90 meters, Andrew.
I agree.
Or probably more.
The biggest that we've seen in the competition so far. And now he goes back and will get a single. Good, intelligent batting. He's key here. There's Ron Maloney, the captain, former Windward's player as well. So he knows about occupations of the crease. And this was very good, that last hit. High over, wide, long on.
Well, Bob pulling his length back and going from power. There we saw that powerful shot. Powerfully built man is Maloney. And really laying into that delivery.
So Bambi's got 3 more. And cut away, more runs, 2 wide. They'll come back for the second. It's been a good over so far for St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force. Now full and wide, cut down to backward point. They get a second. We had already 13 from the over.
Abraham, who has been rather anonymous in this partnership of 30, getting into the duel on that one, getting a wide delivery outside the off stump, picking up a couple.
So the backward point is going to go towards the boundary. So just one fielder on the offside, saving 1. That's extra cover. Mid wicket's been pushed right back on the boundary.
Gets that one through Bob. Exactly what he wants to do. He wants to push these deliveries wide of the off stump, force the batsman into making error or missing the ball altogether.
There was also a bit more energy about that delivery. And he's going to bowl his last. He's conceded 30 so far. But in this last over, he's already conceded 13. So he'll want to finish with a dot here. On the other hand, St. Vincent, no doubt, to be looking to score. And they will get a single as the ball goes down towards that mid-off area for 1. So Bab completes his spell of 4 overs. No bins 1 for 31. 13 gone. It's 99 for 4.
Well, something of a mixed bag from Larry Baba, beginning to show some wear, beginning to flag towards the end of his spell, although his 4 overs would have been interrupted by the refreshment break, so he would have bowled 2 ahead of the break and then come back and bowl another 2. But you can see him beginning to show a bit of tiredness towards the end of that spell, conceding all of 14 runs in his 4th and final over. But I think altogether, though, he's done a good job for his side. The very experienced Larry Babb, who I'm told this year will be operating in the position of player coach with the police in the local domestic competition. Remember Larry Babb, a young recruit coming into a young buck, as you call it, Andrew, coming into the police side, and oh, how the years have gone by. Now he is an established stalwart in the police side at the other end of his career.
Yeah. So lots of games in terms of English soccer. I'll just look at some of the games in a minute. The early game, 7:30 in the Caribbean. Had a situation.
Smith is getting a wicket. He has taken the wicket of Abraham, it was. Delivery on the off stump, and the batter leaning back, looking to slap it into the outside. I think the ball are probably pitching and cutting back into him, cramping him for room, and he can only succeed in offering a simple catch, bunting a simple catch back to the bowler. Kimar Smith with his first success as far as the wicket column is concerned, and deservedly so.
Yes, he's made the difference. He's bowled intelligently, and a good wicket to get is these two were developing a good partnership. So the problem now for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as we have a look at it, on the back foot, and the ball went straight back to the bowler. A very simple catch taken, as he just came that short extra cover area to take it. But Maloney is still there. He's going to be joined by Stapleton now. And what do you think? We went over number 1499 for 5. He went on the back foot, looking to play the ball square in the offside, but in the end it went back to the bowler, who took a very simple catch.
The off spinner cutting back into him, and as I said, cramping the arms, and the ball taking a top edge back to the keeper. So back to the bowler. But yes, the lower order for the St. Vincent team, we saw the likes of Stapleton and Denver. A few of these guys can give it a good clout, but I'm sure that they would still want to preserve a few wickets to go into the death. They would not want to lose wickets in clusters for sure.
So there was Smith looking for success. He gave that ball a lot of air. Stapleton played across it, but struck outside the leg stump. But you can see that Smith looking not to be defensive, looking to get wickets here. He's bowled well.
I did mention to Joel at the start of Smith's spell that he's going to make the batsman play at almost every ball. You know, he makes you play at a lot of balls, bowling wicket to wicket, and also challenging as the 100 comes up, Andrew.
Yeah, 100 in over number 14. Quite unlike St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they've been smoking, really doing extremely well in this competition.
92 deliveries, 3 4s, 5 6s. So the boundaries have been hard to come by.
That's very good bowling again, given lots of air. Maloney just coming for, stretching out for that. And I think he's got a lot of respect for Smith's bowling. Strong breeze is coming across Weymouth. Flags are dancing rather merrily in the wind as well. So just a single. With one ball to come, another tight over. 2 runs coming in the over, and a wicket. The wicket of Abrams when he had him caught in bowl. So he's got Stapleton to contend with the left-hander. Now what is he going to do? Is he going to be flat and look to just keep him quiet, or is he going to look to go to get a wicket? He's bowled him. A big swing from Stapleton, beautifully bowled by Smith. He's come into the police side and has made a significant difference. Beautifully bowls, a swing and a miss, the off stump being disturbed, and 14 overs gone. St. Vincent and the Grenadines police force in trouble, 101 for 6.
Well, if I were any part of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines management, Andrew, I too would be disturbed, because I would have been very disturbed with the option that the batsman Stapleton took there. One delivery left in the over. My captain is at the non-striker's end. He would have the strike at the end of that delivery. Smith has been bowling well, and there he was going for glory and offering the opportunity. Not that Kimar Smith doesn't deserve a wicket. He's bowled well. It was a good delivery, but I thought that the approach there from Stapleton was found lacking in common sense.
Yep, you're right. This crucial stage, you want someone to stay with the captain, Maloney. And the problem now for St. Vincent and the Grenadines police force is they're losing wickets. 101 for 6. And the rate is not the best, it's 7.21. And Smith really has bowled well. 2 overs, make that 3 overs. No maidens, 2 for 9. Look at that.
Just tipping the off stump, just hitting the off bail. And the delivery flighted well. He was deceived in flight. He saw the ball in the air and his eyes lit up because it went above the eye line. But I just thought that the approach was what was lacking. And of course, he was outdone with a very good delivery. But he could have handled that situation a lot better.
So, of course, in the Barclays Premier League, Aston Villa won. Nottingham Forest, they haven't scored. I was almost tempted to say as yet. Brentford up against Newcastle. 2-1 to Newcastle. Interesting. Fulham are losing to West Ham. I suppose that will give the West Ham manager some breathing room. It's 1-0 there. Tottenham scoring moments ago 2-1 against Brighton. That's an important match. Here is Aline to start his second spell. Wide. And it's going to be called a wide. Looking very stiff for that delivery, Aline. Kadeem Aline.
It's been a lot of cricket this week. A few of these players may not necessarily be accustomed to the back-to-back, the repetitive nature of this tournament, and maybe a few worse for the wear as we come to the end of a week's activities. We're going to have to go without a sight. Let's go to the screen here because we've been blocked by a vehicle making its entrance to the ground. As that next delivery is outside the off stump, left alone by Maloney. As we continue to mention, Maloney is going to be a very, very key player here for St. Vincent.
I agree. With the remaining overs, 5.5 left. He'll want to try to stay there. He's got 24 and try to get his side up to maybe 150. Here's Aline again.
Smacked down the ground.
And it's gone for 4 as well. The fielder down at that long off air couldn't stop it. Gooden hit very powerfully indeed. That's gone away for 4 runs. Hit very powerfully, as you said.
Better shot, the fact that the mid-off is inside the circle. There's only a mid-on, a long-on in place, and he went straight back past the bowler, and with the kind of contact he made, it was always going to be 4 runs.
Well, we've got the Grenadines arriving, and we also have arriving the Trinidad and Tobago team. They're going to be playing the second match. It starts at 2. But at the moment, the focus is on St. Vincent and Grenadines and Barbados. I said, in the air, a chance for a catch. What's going to happen here? This would be a brilliant taken. Oh, absolutely brilliant. Down on the boundary, it's Smith. That went miles in the air for a moment. I thought he might have been discomforted, but he goes, that's a big wicket of Maloney. The ball went a long way down towards that long on area. Catch taken, good wicket to get. And Maloney goes for 28. St. Vincent and the Grenadines 106 for 7.
Very, very well judged catch by Gooding. That ball went high with the wind spiraling around. It must have been challenging to decide where it was going to fall. Actually, it was Kimar Smith. It was that long on position. I was actually keeping an eye on the umpire too, Andrew, because it was a full toss, and I was looking at the possibility. As I'm seeing it, very, very well judged. It was Smith. As it was actually
Smith.
Well, yes, we accept that, but I'm talking about the judgment of the catch. It was something of a challenge, a long time in the year. You had a long time to look at it. But as I was mentioning to you, I was watching the umpire because it was a full toss.
Yeah,
and
I watched
thought
her as
of
well.
the possibility of it being a no ball. But seeing the replay, I think she got it right.
Well, have a look at that. Yes, I think she got it right. It was below the waist.
And not making the kind of contact he would have wanted to Maloney. I think he'd be disappointed at not having really dispatched that ball out of the ground.
And that's a very good catch taken because we were there for a very long time.
And he also had the challenge of not knowing exactly where he was as regards the boundary's edge.
That's why you need good fielders at long off and long on, like Jason Holder, to take catches, and not Odin Smith.
And Kimara Smith.
And not Odin Smith.
And Kimara Smith.
That's why the off stump. I think that the Barbados Police Service must be concerned about the number of wides being bowled. Though. I mean, let's look at it now. We've had as many as 13 wides, so that's more than 2 overs. Got to be careful with that.
Yes, it's extra overs they have to bowl, and also extra runs. I think the first priority now for the St. Vincent side, though, will be to see these 20 overs through. Make sure that they utilize every ball of the 20 overs. They would not want to fall with balls still available.
Yeah, you're right about that. Lewis is at the crease along with Denver, who's come out to do battle. Lewis is going to face his first ball. Another wide. Can someone explain what Hatton is doing?
And the majority these wides have been delivered from the northern end. And one would think that with the wind coming across the ground from the eastern side, that it would have pushed the ball more along outside into the wicket. But these wides have mainly been wide of the off stump. Something of a quandary.
The other thing too about T20 cricket is that sometimes captains maybe don't want to attack because at this stage 7 wickets gone. As a captain, I may be tempted to say, look, I'm looking to get a wicket here. It's pretty clear that Ali wants to bowl wide, so his mindset is not to score. But I'd be looking to get wickets here, no doubt about it at all. 2 new batsmen at the crease.
So you're going to ask the bowler to bowl a bit straighter?
Yeah, and look to get the wicket.
You want to bring your...
Or even put in a slip as well. But they wouldn't do that in T20, I can assure you. In the air, chance for a catch taken. And a no ball is bowled. Oh my golly.
Wicked delivery, though. It was unfortunately transgressing that front crease, most probably, Aline. But that ball kicked from nowhere, and it was a matter of self-preservation on the part of the batsman, Denver. Just keeping it out of his throat.
The thing about Aline is that sometimes you don't get the kind of effort that they know he can put in because he can be pretty slippery at times. Anyhow, it's a free hit on offer. Let's see what Mr. Denver will do with this.
Tall man, Aline gets a good bounce, can get the ball to bounce quite steeply.
But he's going to be caught off a free hit, so no problem, a single.
I think the bowler would be happy to get away with just
I
a
would think
single.
so as well. Yeah, you're right. So, that over cost how many? Cost 10, 111 for 7, with some 15 gone.
Well, Joel Manning will join you, Andrew, for the culmination of this St. Vincent and the Grenadines innings. But the game now evenly poised, and I would like to suggest that, as I said, the Vincentians would be, their first priority would be to see these 20 overs through, bat the 20 overs out.
Yeah, I agree with that. There's no doubt about it. Looking to get those remaining 5 overs and not lose too many more wickets. And if they can maybe sneak another 20, 30 runs, get up to 140, you never know. Pitch is not the best. It's been uneven. And in fact, they've had challenges. I do think as well that perhaps the bowlers, particularly the medium pacers, might have done better on this pitch. But the man who's really done very well is The man who's going to continue and bowl his last over, Smith, plays for the YMPC club, Young Men's Progressive Club there in Beckles Road, a club that Joel Manning knows well. Hello, Joel. Nice to see you.
Good morning, Andrew Mason. Good morning once again to our viewers.
So it's going to be Smith to continue. He's going to bowl his last over. He's been very tight. He's going to bowl to Demba. 112 for 7. We start over number 16. Starts well. Just a single. Little dab down to backward. Point more short. Third man for 1. You tell me that Lewis can give it a big strike. Let's see what he can do. He's a tall man, but he's found a very good bowler in Smith. And you could see his intentions are very clear. Look for the second here. Will he come back for it? Return comes in, and it's in no man's land, really. Didn't go to the keeper. In fact, it ended up in mid-pitch. But Lewis has made his intentions very clear here. And that was a whack up to mid-wicket, and he got 2. Didn't time it very well, but he's looking to go for broke.
He's certainly going to have a bit of a challenge going towards that leg set, especially with the wind that's here at this ground. We've seen many batters hold out going towards that deep mid-wicket position, the wind blowing the ball back. So in terms of where he's looking to score right now against Kemar Smith, I do tell myself that I would favour Kemar Smith in this matchup at the moment. Probably looking to get the ball on the ground going there and then have the swing from the other end is probably the better option for Lewis at the moment.
And a much better shot too. Should get too comfortably here as the ball speeds down towards third man. I may even contemplate the third, and they should get it. It's actually gone for 4. So the fielder couldn't stop it. A little bit wide and short. So he was slightly off the radar there on that occasion. And that lovely shot down to third man. So that's a boundary to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, an important one for them.
By far better scoring option there for Lewis on that occasion. The ball running along the outfield quite nicely. Kemar Smith just pushing that one through, and he would use the pace of that one, got back quite nicely, transferred the weight onto the back foot and just opened the face. And as I mentioned, by far better scoring option for him. The ball winning the race there. The fielder chasing it down.
Well, he's on the stumps on this occasion, not giving the batsman the room. The short third man has been put in now. So there's a short third man, backward point, extra cover, and cover on the boundary along with a wide long off. So the offside field is well populated. So just a single of that last delivery. His last over was his most expensive, but he's been good. Smith finishing 4 overs, no winners, 2 for 17 coming into the police side and making a statement. 16 gone, it's 120 for 7.
Certainly a fantastic spell by Kemar Smith, playing his first game in this tournament and doing the job that he was brought in to do. 4 for 17, fantastic figures for him. But in terms of how St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and more particularly Austin Lewis, went about that last couple deliveries, last 3, I would say, from Kemar Smith, a lot less risk in the shots, and that's what I think they would want at this stage, especially to Kemar Smith, who's looked dangerous. He's picked up wickets, he picked up 2 in that spell of 4, and it certainly would have spelt trouble for them had they given him another one there in his last over. Four overs left in this match. 120 for 7, St. Vincent and Grenadines at the moment.
So here's Aline to continue. That's gone a long way in the air. Is it Aline's catch? Whose catch is it? In fact, no one's catch. No, this is unbelievable.
Well, Aline is saying that he couldn't see it going up into the sky. I'm not sure if somebody got into, or rather something got into his eye there. But it certainly was a ball that would have taken a lot of catching. It went to the sky, burst the cloud probably. And in the end, it falls in between 3 men because Albert, the keeper, was coming for it as well. So a comedy of errors, you would have to say there, from the Barbados Police Service.
The question is, where was the communication? Where was the communication? It was in there for a long time. Could have been the bonus catch, could have been extra cover. And in the end, it dropped between them. No communication at all. I just think that Barbados are missing the trick too as well. It's all about defense, but I feel too sometimes that you, in these positions, you need to look to bowl your opponents out as well. I think it's going back to his mark. I think they may be behind as well. But these are precious runs here. You can get up to 140, you never know, 150, and you get a wicket or two early. So 125 for 7.
Yeah, that one just went sky high on that occasion, and Kadeem Ali looked as if he called quite early, but then also pulled out of it. And I think that's where the confusion came for them. And now a no ball, so a free hit on offer for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Not the best of overs here from Kadeem Ali.
Not the best of displays as well from Ali. Looks a bit jaded to me, really. No energy in his bowling. He's bowling wide, he's bowling no balls. You must recognize this is a semi-final. Free hit on offer. Well, he gets away with that, full and wide, and Lewis could not get back onto that. A partnership of 20 important runs, because sometimes when you lose wickets, you could easily be bowled out, but these two have stayed together, and they've added 20. And now, Mario Albert throws at the stumps, and there's no fielder with that situation of the boundary coming forward, and they got a run as the ball went down towards that mid-wicket area. So it seems as if the Barbados Police Service, not the kind of energy, of course, they've been playing almost every day, but these are important moments in the match. So the over comes to an end, an over in which 9 runs came. Good over in the circumstances for St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Forces, 129 for 7, 17 gone.
Yeah, the intensity probably is dropping slightly in that over from the Barbados Police Service, not capitalizing on the small moments, that chance going a begging, and then situational awareness in terms of Albert throwing the ball at the stump, because in terms of the batters, I was pretty sure that he would have been safely home there, but just small moments at this time getting the better of Barbados. It's just been so interesting that even though wickets have been falling for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the runs still have been coming. So they were at 72 for 4 at over number 10, and over number 15, 3 wickets fell because it's 7 down, but 40 runs were scored in that 5 over period. So we're still finding periods where they can take the score along and kind of set themselves up. So in terms of the wickets column, it's certainly more than what they would want, but in terms of the base that they have for themselves, they can still get themselves up to what should be a very competitive total here at this venue today.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment. There are 3 left now. These two have added 23. Lewis is the kind of batsman that will throw caution to the wind. We're going to have a change in bowling, and it looks as if it's going to be Gooden to come into the attack. First ball is a wide. Not for the first time we've seen a wide. In fact, that brings the total up to 16 wides. A lot of wides being bowled by Barbados, and that must be of great concern to them. That's it a long way. That's it a long way. They said these are important moments. Chance for a catch just now not taken. And that's gone high over that wide long on area. That's gone for 6. And you just get the feeling that St. Vincent and the Grenadines, if they continue like this, they could get to 160, which may not be an easy score to get.
All power in that shot from Othniel Lewis. Rocking back onto the back foot, and I said it was all power from him because he muscled it into that wind over deep, whitish long on almost, and collected the maximum result for it.
Goes again. Again. That's over long off. That's a big one. Well played by Lewis.
Twice as nice, you would have to say, and once again, exercising those long levers here was Lewis. Getting too close, you would have to say. Time there was Gooding missing his length and capitalizing on it. We certainly know that Lewis has come to swing the bat. We've seen it from ball 1. That one pitched up, as I mentioned, missed the length there. Gooding deposited over long off this time.
Yeah, big shot, and a very good start to the over as well. And all of a sudden, they've gone to 142 for 7, and on a pitch which has been generous to the bowlers, they will feel that, 160, 170. Well, the way Lewis is going, they'll be looking to get to maybe 170. But that was a big one. And again, as we've seen in this competition, Gooding floating the ball unnecessarily. He doesn't bowl flat at all. He bowled in the super over and was very full and was put away. He's got to bring his length back. It's not a Division 1 game or an elite game. It's just, of course, it's a T20 match. And he's been full and he's been put away. So a very good start to the over here. Lewis, I'm told, hits the ball well. And we've seen it so far. So there is a replacement ball. He decides to go around the wicket. Chance for a run out. And he is in trouble. The return came in. Indecision about going back for that second, and the return came into the keeper, who did a good job, and that's an important wicket to get. So it's 143 for 8 now. Some indecision about going for that second run. It went down to the backward square position, and although it was not right over the bails, the keeper took it, dragged it onto the stumps, and that's a wicket, an important one as well.
Looking to come back there for the second was Kenneth Demmer. You can understand why in the manner that Othniel Lewis has been going, but sent back and when he was already halfway down and left stranded. Not hard work there to do for umpire Laborde. And the 7th wicket goes down. It's 142 for 7. Demmer, he goes for 4. In fact, 143 for 8, the score.
So Denver gone for 4. But look at that. A bit of a fumble. And the return came in. Indecision. Beautiful work by the keeper. And gone run out. Second run out for the match so far. They look for second here. Will they come back for it? Should be much easier on this occasion. No, they won't. Good work by Vaughan coming off that backward square boundary. So already good in conceding 15 in the over. Martin is the 2 batsman. So, well, Gooden got away. He had 2 sixes in the over, and in the end, his last 4 producing just 3. And the wicket fell as well. So 18 gone. St. Vincent and the Grenadines 144 for 8.
Yeah, the runs are still coming for them, but the wickets are falling at this stage. Probably might find themselves maybe short of a couple deliveries if things keep going in this manner. We want to ensure that they bat out the 20 overs at minimum. Currently 146 for 8, and being helped as well when we look at that extras column. And I had a look back at the match before this for Barbados versus Antigua and Barbuda, because I knew that they bowled several extras there as well. 23 extras they bowled in that match before, managed to get over the line, but here 25 extras already in what is a very crucial match. And even if you subtract even just half of those, you bring that total down to just into the high 120s, and you will tell yourself that with another 2 overs left, if you even get a 20 on top of that, the score is exactly where it is now. But those extras helping St. Vincent and the Grenadines at the moment.
Yeah, you're right. In fact, it really should be over. There's 16. You know, you're talking about more than, what, 2.5 overs, and that's something that they should be concerned about. So Aline will bowl his last. He's going to bowl over number 19, which is always seen as the most important over. Here he goes. They look for the second here, will they? No, they won't.
Brilliant batting, you would have to say, by Darius Martin, who's come out to the crease, getting Lewis back onto the strike. He's the man that currently has the hitting form. He's also going to be hitting with the wind as well, so it'll be interesting to see the line and the lengths that Aline bowls in this over.
That's it. Up towards the cover area. They'll get a second. The return is on its way. And they get a second. Vaughan is not with the throw of a Keith Boyce from the boundary, who would have that right over the base, because actually when he picked it up at long off, they were just completing the first, but he was not strong as he was turned, so he got the second.
Probably gets away with the full toss. They were by and large in this over. Aline, 1 would want to be bowling at Martin, and 2 would want them hitting to the offside of the field, the bigger side of the field, and the field, or rather the side with which the wind will be going against the batters at the moment.
So the 150s come on the board for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But I've seen Kareem Aline being much better in this competition. Now they're disappointed with his work today. Not quite sure if he knows the plan really. He's been all over the place. He's been a bit expensive, 238 runs.
Looking at the umpire for the height, and probably umpire saying just below the waist on that occasion.
No.
In fact, signaled a no ball.
Yeah. You know, I'm one of these people that believe in moments in the game. 122 for 7. A free hit is an offer. Thought Barbados' plan at that stage should have been to try to bowl the opponents out instead. You've seen many wide balls. Tack the stumps, put the slip in, look to get the wickets. That's part of the cricket as well, you know. So a free hit is an offer, and Aline has not been good today at all.
Needing a bat here now is Martin. He's not on strike. And the umpire telling him, well, make your way back. Allow this delivery to be bowled. A free hit now for Lewis. Is striking at over 150 in this innings. And that will go the distance.
Wonderful shot. Wonderful shot indeed. And these are the moments in the game that could turn it. They could easily get 170 here. It's not to 158 for loss of 8. And Aline is all over the place, really. I just think that when he came into bowl, he wasn't quite sure as to whether to just bowl to be contained in, or whether to to bowl to get wickets, and he's a wicket taker, as we've seen in the competition.
Yeah, just missing his length there was Aline. Opted to come around the wicket, which I thought was a very good decision from him, but he needed to push that ball wider of the off stump. Landed it probably just around middle and off, and was dispatched.
But this has been a very good knock from Lewis. He's got 38 from just 20, and that's going to be a wide. Is it? No.
Just inside there on that occasion. I mentioned the fact that him coming around the wicket, to my mind, was a very good decision from him, pushing that ball across on the angle to Lewis and ask him to hit it into that offside, just getting it wrong the delivery before. And now a no ball again, this time for the front foot.
What is Aline doing? What is he really doing?
Barbados adding to their worries at the moment. The score is ticking along and ticking along quite nicely for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and they certainly don't need the additional help that they're being given here. 159 for 8. And another no ball. So another free hit on offer for Lewis. A very crucial over here, and already 14 runs from it. Peels off the edge, fortune favouring Lewis, fortune favouring St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Indeed. Indeed. Very big over indeed for them. 18 coming from the over, and all of a sudden they've rushed to 164 for 8. And mind you, at one stage they were 122 for 7. And with 1 to go, they will feel that on the pitch that has been generous for the bowlers, they've done well.
They definitely will. When I look back at the type of totals that they got in the first innings, I was mentioning earlier that they get big scores that time. Not in control of it, but they certainly would have enjoyed the result, that one running down to third man into the boundary. But in terms of the totals that they've been able to get batting first versus Trinidad and Tobago was 201 for 9, 168 versus Antigua and Barbuda. That actually was the lowest first innings total that they've gotten batting first. 272, 275 were totals that they were able to get up to. So you always knew that they had the batting required to put big scores on the board. And there were moments of pressure that Barbados had in this match, but they just eased the pressure, allowed them to get back into the game. And I would have to say that we were talking about what could be a good first innings score. I would say that with the surface that we have out there today, this is a score that St. Vincent and the Grenadines would be happy to start defending. And it's not over just yet because 6 balls are left.
They could easily get to 180 here. But you know, I just want to make the point that generally aggression has gone out of West Indies cricket, which is really sad because in the halcyon days of West Indies cricket, we won because we were aggressive. And Barbados were not, with St. Vincent 122 for 7. Last over is about to be bowled. Bowled him! Big swing from Martin. And Padmore strikes, 164 for 9.
Yeah, I think Martin probably missed the trick there on that occasion. Yes, we're in to the final over, but you have a man at the other end who is doing damage. And he just needed to get back onto that one and bring Lewis back onto strike. Give Lewis 5 deliveries to face in this over. Instead, he went for hero, he went for big, and he's got to go back into pavilion. That's the 9th wicket down for them. He goes for 3. 164 now for 9.
The other thing about that, as we see it in the monitor, it was an aggressive delivery. It was one that was bowled with pace. And it was bang on the middle stump, not like Aline bowling wide. You know, good little medium pacer, even quicker than medium pace. And just didn't understand the plot today, really. And 164 for 9 is a score that you can work with. It's not the biggest, but you can work with. And it's going to be interesting to see how the pitch plays when Barbados bat. Here we go. Last man is Bibi.
And once again, on the money is Padmore. You do expect that. Just full and straight, wicket to wicket more often than not. Give yourself the best chance of removing Bibi at this case. You don't want a scenario where Lewis is able to get back on strike here. 4 deliveries left. in this one, a little conversation out there, and I'm pretty sure the conversation between them is just get back onto it. When you hear I say yes, come.
Yeah, give Lewis the strike. And here we go. And they will get the run. Again, these are moments in the game, pretty clear that you're looking to get the single, have the field tight in on the offside. Prevent him from getting that single, they feel that that cover was still in the circle. So what do you do in that situation? You know that Lewis wants to get back on strike. Bring the cover in to prevent the single. Keep him on strike. That didn't happen. And they got the run. These are little moments in the game. Sometimes I'm criticized for saying that I don't think they were students of the game.
3 deliveries left for Lewis and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Fantastic. Right on the mark, in the block hole, and even applauded by Lewis there. This has been a good final over by Padmore, not giving him any room and not giving him the length that he needs to swing as well.
I suppose Padmore is only going to bowl 3 because of a naughty over he bowled in which there were 7 wides. Now where is that?
It's come all the way down to us here, and that one runs away into the boundary.
Down at wide third man, big swing from Lewis. This has been an important knock from him. He's gone to 46 from 26 balls, 3 sixes and 3 fours. It's gone to 169 for 9. So I would think that this is a good score, very good score. They've really recovered quite nicely, so it means that there's depth in the batting. As that ball went down towards the third man area, coming off the outside edge, it was a meaty edge. The last ball is about to be bowled. It's Padmore to Lewis. Here we go. We'll look for 2 here.
Must look for 2.
And should get it comfortably. And this has been a very good effort on the part of St. Vincent and the Grenadines to finish on 171 for 9. Mind you, at one stage they were 122 for 7, and Barbados took the foot off the pedal, clearly. And St. Vincent able to come back into the match. And to make 171 for 9, in my opinion, is a pretty good score. And they must thank Lewis, who's done well. Off-Neil Lewis, 48 from 27 balls, 3 fours and 3 sixes, and to, in the end, reach 171 for 9 with a rate of 8.55. I would suggest, Joel, this has been a good effort on the part of St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force.
Yeah, fantastic effort by them. We talked about the fact that they've lost wickets at regular intervals all the way throughout this match, but what they've also been able to do is keep up in terms of that run rate. The run rate has been fantastic for them throughout the entire period, and just looking at the last 5 overs for them, they were able to get 59 runs from the last 5, and I think that is exactly what they would have wanted, especially given that 7 wickets were already down. I mentioned the fact they got 40 between overs number 10 and 15, and then they got 59 between overs number 15 and 20. So overall, 99 runs coming in the last 10 for them, and I certainly believe that they'll be happy with that effort, especially given that when they went out to bat, they would have been hoping to bowl. Because anybody that won the toss here today would have bowled on that surface. So looking at 171 for 9, I do believe that they tell themselves that they're currently in the driver's seat, especially given that the momentum, we always talk about momentum in a cricket game, and I think the momentum right now is with the St. Vincent and the Grenadines side. They will be the happier of the 2 sides going back out there.
Yeah, I agree with that. And in fact, you had Brown, 16 Hooper, 16 Douglas, their top man, and Maloney getting starts but not going on. But then when you look at Lewis, you know, with Barbados unnecessarily on the defensive, making 48 from 27 balls, to see them to 171 for 9 really represents a pretty good show on their part. But Padmore normally will bowl 4, but he had 7 wides in 1 over, came back and bowled a good last over, 1 for 21. Vaughan was good, 2 for 26, but the star was Smith, who was very economical and successful in terms of the wickets column, picking up 2 for 17 from his 4 overs. Gooden was expensive, giving the ball too much air, and the major disappointment was Aline, who didn't seem to understand what the situation was in the game, trying to bowl wide. He's good enough to get wickets, and he was all over the place, like punka, as we would say in Barbados. 3 overs, no bid is done for 41 to be very expensive. But one would suggest that St. Vincent and the Grenadines police force will be happy to reach 171 for 9 from the 20 overs, a score that they will think they can defend. Well, we're going to take a break for about 10 minutes or so. When we come back, it's going to be the turn of Barbados to try to get 172.
Welcome back to semi-final action here at Weymouth, the Regional Police Cricket Tournament. A lovely Saturday, a lovely day for cricket here, and we've certainly been entertained thus far. 171 for 9 St Vincent and the Grenadines after being asked to bat first. You would have to think a very commanding total and an imposing one in a semi-final encounter. Barbados, it's their turn to bat. The question on the mind of all that have gathered here is, can they get past that 102 required for victory? And I guess in 20 overs time, we will see. My name is Joel Manning, and alongside me, Wayne Holder, to take you through the early exchanges of this innings. Wayne, certainly a wonderful batting performance, would have to say, by
yes,
St Vincent.
Tremendous rear guard action from the lower order in particular. And now Barbados charged with a challenging 172 to get. On a pitch that has improved quite a lot from the beginning, Joel. And I think the Beatons will favor themselves to be able to take on this task.
Off the mark. Off the mark straight away is Darryl Babb. Opening for Barbados is Darryl Babb and Kadeem Aline. And the bowler from this pavilion end is Darius Martin.
Yet another opening combination for Barbados. Remember, they started the tournament with Babb and Stewart, Michael Stewart. Then we saw at some point Darian Seal opening the batting. And now today they have gone for another partner for Babb, this time Kadeem Aline.
Oh, that looked good. And it probably will get very close to the boundary. In fact, it goes over the rope now in the first boundary for Barbados.
An emphatic beginning here by Kadeem Aline, bowler over pitching. And Aline, a tall man with long reach, using his reach, getting onto the front foot and stroking that delivery. Quite interestingly, noticeably, not really looking to overhit the ball, but just managed to keep his shape and time the ball beautifully into the gap on the offside. There he goes, nice flowing action there. Aline, all the technical aspects, right? That high left elbow, left foot getting across to the pitch.
Just the one wicket so far in this tournament for Martin, but more importantly, that economy rate for him is just around 5, and he's really bowled well at the start for St Vincent and Grenadines, kept things tight, and more often than not, it's actually bowled somewhat of a back-pitched type of length, going quite full here at the start of this innings.
Test length kind of bowler. You see how the pitch reacts to the new ball in this innings.
Certainly be interesting to see how it plays as the day goes on. We do expect that it will get a lot better for batting as the day goes on. And the sun isn't necessarily with us, the wind is.
And Aline, a very interesting prospect. Not going to take any prisoners for sure, Kadeem Aline.
Martin strikes, the bails are up, and that's wicket number 1.
Fantastic looking stuff, and nice to see delivery pitching down, I believe, around the off stump, and the off stump rock back in almost a 5th gear position. But an early strike here for Martin. First delivery, and coming onto the front foot, the ball going through the defensive looking stroke, just a stroking defensive shot he would have played, and missing it completely. Not in the position to see exactly what that ball did, whether it held its own, whether it swung out or in. But what we do know is that Babb missed, and the delivery hit the off stump. Once again, we're seeing it here, but he actually coming across. I think that one coming back in after pitching between the bat and the pad, leaving a bit of a gate there was Babb. And Martin strikes with an excellent delivery, as I said. A testy-looking kind of bowler, looking to bowl those kind of test lengths, just on a good length, looking to hit the top of the off stump, and executing it perfectly there.
Well, Bob went for one. And it's currently 6 for 1 with one delivery left. In fact, that's the end of the over. So after one, it's 6 for 1.
Well, St. Vincent and the Grenadines would be very happy with that beginning. Getting among the wickets quite early is something that they would have gone out hoping to be able to do. And like I said, a very challenging target that Barbados has, and they can't afford to lose those early wickets, although we did see something of a lower order rally coming from the St. Vincent side. If you look down to the bottom end of the Barbados innings, we got the likes of Rashid Parnov, Vaughan, and I think Seal, the likes. But a long batting lineup here for Barbados, one notices, with the likes of Kemar Smith now added to the side. I think that should stretch the batting down a bit longer.
Certainly a lot of batting to come for them, but the start certainly is also crucial. The new batter to the crease is Roger Williams, the captain, and Pierre Martin at that south end. It's been in the form of Othniel Lewis.
Well, Roger Williams, the perfect replacement in a crisis. He's the one who's going to set himself the stage of having the other batters bat around him. Playing the ball on its merit mainly, not looking for those big extravagant shots. So he will have a crucial role to play.
Othniel Lewis has done a fantastic job for St. Vincent and the Grenadines throughout this competition. He's been used at the top, not just to restrict in terms of the runs, but he's picked up wickets. He's got himself 7 so far across this tournament in the 15 overs that he's bowled, going at just over 6 runs and over. And here he is again, just asking questions, keeping the things tight. And St. Vincent and Grenadines were looking to him to do exactly what he's done all throughout this competition, restrict the scoring, especially in these power play overs. The 2 men out, the man at long on and the man at deep mid wicket. Just falling off line there was Lewis. By and large though, St. Vincent and the Grenadines have brought a fantastic team to this tournament in terms of the batting department and the bowling.
Yes, that innings really displayed the depth which they have in their batting, with the perfect balance for a T20 side, with the all-rounders coming in the lower half and also being the power hitters who were able to push the score on in the death, even though they had lost wickets in clusters.
Yeah, the depth is certainly showing and saving St. Vincent and the Grenadines in that innings. The end though of over number 2, it's 10.
Well, we will gradually learn whether they have been saved, because if the 172 they set is going to be enough, but I know for sure it'll be something of a challenge. It's going to take a lot of getting, and if the Barbados team were to approach that 172, we are in for a really, really interesting contest, something that will keep us riveted at the edges of our seats.
The last time these two teams played, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they came out as victors of the contest. Barbados with a chance to balance the scales and find themselves in that final that we played at Kensington on Monday.
This competition organized by coordinated by the Barbados Police Service, and with the big party coming off at Kensington on Easter bank holiday, I'm sure the policemen would want to be part of that party. They want an invitation to the party.
Everyone would want to be there, including the 2 teams that are currently on display. Wouldn't want to be spectators at the party, but the ones popping the champagne. Fantastic cricket. All around. Good calling. Wonderful fielding.
Nice visual there. Ball, good delivery. Respected. Dropped into the onside. Good call by the batters. And the man from mid-on moving in swiftly, underarming his returns. Paints a very good picture. Just that one delivery.
Everything on the line here today. We saw some good calling in periods for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, because I do remember those 2 run-outs as well. But in terms of just around the end of the power play into maybe around overs 5 through 10, the calling certainly was there for them picking up the twos. I do believe that Barbados can take an example here also for this innings.
Yes, as with this Vincent innings, the running between the wicket, the outfielding are going to be very, very important aspects.
Doing the on fielding there was Martin. A very quiet over, just 1 run coming from it so far. So he's doing exactly what he's done across this tournament. I mentioned the fact that yes, he's not been the biggest of wicket takers, but that economy has been fantastic from Martin all throughout the course of this tournament.
Which is quite important in the T20, in this T20 game.
Coming off the pad and running away into the boundary. So leg buys for Barbados.
Advancing down the track was Williams, so a pitched up delivery. So the atmosphere continues to build nicely here, Joel. We see the crowd streaming in as we head towards the conclusion of the first semi-final and the commencement of the second.
Oh, that's fantastic. And that will find its way into the boundary to close out over number 3 at the end of 3. It is 19 for 1.
That is exactly what we expected to see from Roger Williams, a more authentic stroke play, short delivery into the body, and exploiting the fact that there's no one in the deep behind square on the onside, just helping the delivery around, and Martin not closing out the over as he would have wanted.
Yeah, just guilty there. Bowling the wrong length, Martin. And it's interesting because the 5 previous deliveries to that minus the leg buys, they were spot on in terms of what he's looking to bowl. When you think about the field that he had as well, there's a man at square leg and a man just at short, fine leg. So anything in the air going over would have been runs, as we saw on that occasion. So you just wonder why, he opted to go to that delivery to close out the over. It's going to be Lewis to continue. And I mentioned the fact that Lewis has been a wicket taker for them. Just looking at the economy rates for St. Vincent and the Grenadines bowlers throughout this, the highest being 8.5. Everybody below that in the range of 7 and down. And it tells you the strangleholds that they've been able to put on teams. And we're seeing that here again because this Barbados side is one that likes to get off to flyers. We've seen them lose early wickets in a couple of the matches, but they've gotten off to good starts. They've hit the boundaries. They've found the boundaries. This time, St. Vincent and Grenadines are pegging them back. And you probably tell yourself that you might be looking at maybe a false stroke or 2. Looking to force it there was Ali, but that pressure just building here. It's a semi-final game. Players want to get runs. They want to get their team over the line. Well, it goes into the air, and it falls agonizingly short of Denver coming in from deep square leg. Probably didn't see it early, did Denver.
Taking his chances there, Aline. Deep, big boundary on that onside, and ran back at mid-wicket. Case of being fortunate that he didn't make the kind of contact that he wanted.
Gave himself room very early Ali, but too much room on that occasion. You could see what he was trying to do, and certainly would have to tell yourself that it was a good movement, a good initial movement when you look at that offside ring, looking to exploit the fact that we're still in the power play overs, getting over the offside, but too much room maybe. Bowler makes the adjustment. Safely home in the end. So 4 overs gone, it's 24 for 1.
Well, yeah, the single always on, the ball going to the left of the field, who had to get around to it to transfer the throw with his right hand. And Williams responding to, well, actually Williams the one coming to the danger end, so he would have initiated the single, Allen responding. And a good sharp single to bring us to the end of the 4th over as the game beginning to take shape, the chase actually beginning to take shape. Traveling at 6 runs and over the Barbados team in the early. Still 2 overs left in the power play. Looking like it could be a quite interesting contest here between these two.
I do believe it will be a very interesting contest between them. Barbados filled with pride and want to give the fans something to cheer about today here at Weymouth. Glorious, an absolutely glorious shot. And it finds its way into the boundary. So Aline has got going.
Again, pitched up outside the off stump. And Aline with these long levers into a cover drive. This time, ball traveling in the air for a bit. But no danger whatsoever in that shot. Always in control. Kadeem Aline. Really lovely player to watch when he plays his shots. Very pleasing on the eye.
Certainly very pleasing. It's gotten quite a few runs for the Barbados side in this tournament. Coming into this game, he was on 155 runs, which included 2 half-centuries, one of which was a not-out, 50 not-out versus the BVI. So he's carried his bat well through this tournament, and he's really gone more often and not better than a run a ball as well. A case whereby the runs aren't flowing here, but he's still out there and a lot of overs left to bat. And you do know that as you spend time out there, things start to get a little bit easier for you. Comes down and finds some space in the leg side, some work to be done, but the ball wins the race.
Fantastic shot there by Williams. Not a lot of room to play that shot as the bowler Martin going into the wicket. Length delivery was just back of a length, and that ball coming up about waist side, but Roger Williams getting himself in a very good position to play that shot, and no exploiting the wide open spaces on the onside. Good boundary for him. I think that was a boundary that is credited to the batsman alone.
Certainly good cricket.
Yeah, not a lot.
Good initial movement they delivered before in terms of setting up the leg side and opening up even more this time, opting to stay in the crease, get back and work that one. So good thinking cricket, you would have to say, by Aline and Barbados, or rather by Williams and Barbados at the moment.
Yes, I'd say nothing wrong. Actually, bowlers, as far as I'm concerned, did nothing wrong there. It was just a superior ability of Williams.
Goes over the offside again, and Kenneth Denver had to pull up in pursuit of it. Can probably look for 3, and a rather 4 run by them. Good running by Barbados, but a bit of concern, I think, maybe for Kenneth Denver at the moment. He turned around, looked to go in pursuit of it, and pulled up quite quickly.
Well, actually, early in the over, I noticed that he did show some concern in pursuit of that the first boundary that Allen would have struck. and now seems to have exacerbated the situation. That right ankle seems to be the problem. I'm not so sure that the St. Vincent side will want to see Denver leave the field, though he has a very important role to play with the ball sometime later in this innings.
Fantastic, absolutely fantastic from Aline.
This is Kadeem Allen at his best, Joel, when he's really playing, expanding his stroke play. And that delivery, again, another length delivery, and Allen launching into it, going with the angle over the head of the mid-on fielder. And really adding some pep to the Barbados police chase. 18 runs from that over, and they will want to maintain a rate necessary.
Yeah, wonderful shot there from Aline, just fractionally back of a length and slapping that one straight back down the round. 5 overs have been bowled. It's 42 for 1.
Just opening the shoulders, opening that leg side, getting himself in a good position. Call it breaking the wrist. Final over of the power play to come now.
That might have the legs. It has the legs indeed. So Williams getting in on the act again.
I think I have observed too that the outfield has quickened up, Joel. Earlier this morning, we didn't see the ball really running away to the boundary, but now, as the day has gotten longer, I guess the conditions are a bit drier, and that ball really sped away to the third man boundary. There it is, beating that man at backward point to his left, and then it was a futile chase after that.
We certainly found, especially on what is currently the offside for the right-handers, the ball has certainly run away across the surface. It's been more of a chase towards the far end, the leg side. Wow, not a man move, wow.
Length, width, room to free the hands. And Allen giving it his all, a short delivery, and finding that gap between backward point and the cover point perfectly. Getting his hands low to one. Didn't actually get the bounce that he wanted. We same with keeping his hands low and timing it immaculately.
Yeah, timing on par there, and brings up the 50 for Barbados. And they've really gotten the pace of things now. Lost the early wicket, but have found the going here now, found their feet in this encounter. Oh my goodness gracious me. That's gone all the way, signal now by the umpire.
Making Lewis pay was Allen for a wayward delivery, one angle down the leg side. And with no one in the deep behind square, Allen down on one knee, sweeping it hard, high, out to the deep backward square boundary, over the boundary at deep backward square. And the Barbados team now really motoring along as we come to the end of the power play.
St. Vincent certainly have let go the stranglehold somewhat that they've had on this Barbados side. The end of the power play, it's 57 for 1.
Well, now we're going to witness how the Vincentians are going to respond to pressure. I don't think the bowlers have been put under this kind of pressure for the entire tournament. But here we see Kadeem Allen at his best. Roger Williams, who is a strong addition to the team ever since he missed the first couple of matches. And coming into the side, stamping his authority both as a leader and as one of the main batters in the team.
Certainly a lot of pressure being applied to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I mentioned the fact that in terms of the economy rates, by and large, they've all been going under 7 except for one. And already we see that Martin is going at over 9. And Lewis, he's going at 8. So the pressure certainly being applied, and the pressure has brought a change. Now that change being Romario Bibby being introduced from this pavilion end. In terms of the power play comparison, Barbados 57 for 1. St. Vincent and the Grenadines were 53 for 2 at this stage. So even Stevens, thereabouts.
Relatively close. Romario Bibby has been an interesting feature in this SVG attack. He's had his good days. He's also leaked a few runs from time to time. Actually started in the first match with the new ball, now reduced to the first change bowler.
Starts with a shout. But Bibby has relatively done well in this tournament. Picked up the 6 wickets from the 13 overs that he's bowled in this contest. He's someone that more often than not is bowled with a bit of control for them, similar almost to the role that Larry Babb played across the last 2 matches with the ball. And especially with the field out now, the protection being there for Bibby. St. Vincent and the Grenadines probably tell themselves that they could maybe just get a bit more control of the situation. Things got out of their hands in the last 3 overs of that power play. But probably now just want to put together a couple deliveries. Get themselves back into this contest. They're certainly not out of it. A lot of time still left. And there's that control that I talked about, the control that Bibby brings once he's usually introduced into the attack. Not out and out as a fast bowler, but just that very controlled medium pacer.
Let's see how the Barbadians now operate with the field pushback, the power play completed.
And that is what Barbados need. They got the flurry of boundaries. It'll be a little harder now with the field spread. Capitalize on the bad balls and turn the good balls into 1s and 2s. Good rotation of the strike by this pair. That partnership is now 54. So they've not just rebuilt, they've kicked on. Tries to get innovative. Does Aline?
I think showing his hand a bit too early there, though. Nothing wrong with the innovation, but you've got to keep the bowler guessing. And he really showed his hand quite early. He went into the position to play the scope.
Yeah, looking to exploit the field. You see the man that's up at 3rd man, and there's a man at fine leg, just looking to get it over the head of the keeper, probably just to the left, or rather to the right of fine leg. Not successful on that occasion. Goes big, goes far, goes long.
Once again, we see Kadeem Allen again, not overhitting, not looking to apply power, looking to apply more finesse and keeping that beautiful shape and just into the delivery, the body weight going into the shot, a nice high top hand, and just choking that one straight back over the head of the bowler. And the way that he is going, the St. Vincent team really know how to look for some answers to the questions that Allen have been asking.
Yeah, certainly, as I mentioned, Bibby being that bowler, the one that offers you the control and the one that tries to keep it tight. And Aline taking him on there and getting the maximum result for it. 7 overs gone. It is 66 for 1.
Well, this pair again complementing each other very well. Captain Williams and the rampant Kadeem Aline, already up to 42 of just 24 deliveries.
The experienced Kenneth Denber being brought into the attack now, the off spinner, to see if he can break this partnership.
Or at least stem the flow of runs.
Similar in terms of how he goes about his work to Kemar Smith. Smith bowled relatively well, or rather extremely well. He was to pick up the bowlers for Barbados. Knowing that he has the wind with him, Kenneth Denber, knowing that is going to be a very good hit to clear that deep mid-wicket boundary, just opting to slow it up.
He's got his protection in the deep. Again, and in showing his hand quite early, coming down the track, Denver seeing his man coming, pulling down the length of the delivery.
Should be 2. In fact, they just settle for the 1. Good work by the man coming around and long off to keep it down. It's just these small moments that matter. Even looking at the extras for St. Vincent and Grenadines so far, just 6 in comparison to what Barbados would have let go at this stage. Takes it on. And brilliant work again by St. Vincent. I was saying brilliant work, but overthrows there. And it's just these small moments that we're about to start talking about. The first feature being the extras and how many Barbados bowled 25 plus extras in their innings, and how much that added to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And looking at these little 1s and 2s that happen from misfields and fumbles and the sort of momentum that they give teams, and the fact that it allows them to change and rotate strike. When you get down into overs number 18, 19 and 20, you're going to look at these moments and say, had I stopped that, had I not done that. But at the end of over number 8, it's 71 for 1.
Well, Denver, I think, charged with the responsibility of getting the breakthrough, picking up a couple of wickets for the Vincentian side. The momentum definitely with the Barbadians at the moment, as this partnership. Looking to see. Well, actually they came together with the score on 2, so at 71 I think the partnership would have to be 69. And then so in quick time. Barbados sporting a lengthened batting lineup and a fortified batting lineup, you would have to say, with the inclusion of Kemar Smith in their lineup. Still to come, Albert Bob, Sargent, Darian Seal, Stefan Gooding, Kemar Smith, all capable of wielding the willow.
Keeps that 1 down. Did Williams. Single to them.
Turning the strike over to Ali. He's been the more aggressive of the 2 partners.
getting it wrong there.
Once again, we see a bowler from this northern end getting that ball wide of the all stump. It has been an anomaly, an unexplained anomaly today. The number of wide deliveries wide of the all stump sent down by the bowlers from this pavilion end.
Beautiful. Handsome shot by Aline.
Glorious stroke play. Just easing into that delivery and stroking it gracefully. And the ball dropping almost into the rope at deep extra cover, flat. Almost 6-1, 2 bounces across the rope. But a shot played with nonchalant ease by Kadeem Aline as he continues to get better and better as this innings goes on.
Certainly been a wonderful little innings from him so far. I mentioned the fact that he's gone 2 half centuries already in this competition. On the verge of another.
Banged.
Oh my, even better than the one before, and a 50 for Kadeem Aline.
Magnificent innings. Again, the bowlers guilty of offering him the length and the width. And his bat really talking for him today, Kadeem Aline. Coming to the fore, probably when needed most on the big day, because this is the big day for the police team after some inconsistent lovely shot once again, just dipping at the knee and picking his spot over extra cover.
He's gone to over 200 runs in this tournament and certainly has been key for Barbados. And one of the reasons why they're here in the semi-final today. His job, though, is not done. Barbados will be hoping that he can carry his bat right through. Another 90 runs needed from 67 deliveries if Barbados Police Service are to get to that final to be played at Kensington Oval on Monday.
Things getting fairly desperate for the Vincentians now. They need a wicket. They need it urgently.
Yeah, they certainly do need a wicket. The runs have been coming for Barbados, and that's 2 more of them. The end of 9, it is 84 for 1.
Another 13 runs are coming from an over as Williams and Allen really taking full control of the situation now. And the Vincentian bowlers need to reassess their approach, because the only thing can save them now is wickets. I don't think that they'll be able to keep the Barbadians to below the 88 required from 11 overs at a rate of exactly 8 runs an over without making some inroads into the batting, getting into the lower half of the Barbados batting.
That too finds the boundary. So they simply cannot stop Kadeem Aline this afternoon.
Beautifully executed, looking for the space there in the deep mid-wicket. The mid-wicket is rather straight, wideish in position. And then there is a straight mid-wicket inside the circle, saving one. What he was able to do was to find the area over the head of the man on the infield, and of course wide of that deep mid-wicket, and hitting it with such power that it was always going to be 4 once it got into the outfield.
Yeah, the power certainly on show there for Kadeem Aline, and problems you would have to say for St. Vincent and the Grenadines right now. How do they come back? Denver, with all the experience that he has, he'll be hoping that he can drag his side back into it because everything right now is screaming Barbados. It's certainly been going well so far since the fall of that wicket.
Going for the extra pace that previous delivery. Smart batting by Roger Williams. Again, getting his man back on strike.
Just a case of can they string together a couple dot balls, whether or not is this over, the over after this, the over after the other one. You know, it's just a case of dot balls right now. Well, he goes into the wind, and I think it might hold up. And that is the wicket that they're looking for. Denver strikes.
Well, that is what the doctor would have ordered for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, because with the removal of Allen, they still have a sniff back into this game. But deceiving Allen in the flight there, Denver coming down the wicket and not to the pitch, having to drag it away, a lot of bottom hand coming in, and down to the deep mid-wicket fielder. Well, that was a previous delivery that we just witnessed on the replay. But what we know did happen is that not to the pitch, the ball going high out to deep mid-wicket, the man having a lot of time to settle under it and make the catch look ever so easily. Well-judged catch it was too. And now the Vincentians in a huddle, as I think it's going to be Mario Albert, or is it going to be... Well, yes, already on the field, actually. Albert, Captain Roger Williams, actually leaving the field. Matter of fact, that was over number 9. So the refreshment break actually has been taken. And Joel, with the wicket falling in the 9th over, I don't know if our DJ is in place, but I think he can entertain us with a bit of a musical interlude while the refreshment break is being taken with the Barbados team 90 for 2 from 9 overs and 5 balls.
Yeah, 90 for 2. Allen, he went for 57 from 34. It was a fantastic knock for him, and all that Barbados would have wanted here today. That delivery just holding up and the win that we've talked about so often, not clearing it. And the success that the St. Vincent and the Grenadines side have wanted for some time. It brings a new batter to the crease in the form of Mario Albert, who has found relative success as well in this competition. $82 runs needed from 61 deliveries. Albert got 77 not out versus Grenada. A fantastic innings from him at this very ground here at Weymouth. 109 runs for him in the competition. And an important time for him and an important time for Barbados.
Hasn't had the kind of tournament, Albert, that I'm sure that he would have been looking for. Been more cold than hot. If you were to mention 77 out of 109 runs, but probably batted about 5 times.
We're at the halfway stage of the innings. A wicket in that over. It is 90 for 2.
Well, a delicate position at the moment with new batsman to the wicket and Allen gone. I'm sure Albert would want to continue the good work of Akadim Allen that came before him, and the sobering presence of Captain Roger Williams in the middle is going to be critical.
Yeah, at this stage, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they were 72 for 4, so a slightly better position for Barbados. So what St. Vincent and the Grenadines have going for them is that they're able to get 99 runs from the last 10 overs. Less work, yes, for Barbados to do. but it's still going to be a lot of work that needs to be done. 82 needed from the final 10 as I make way now for Andrew Mason.
Well, I'm sure Barbados wouldn't want to do similar to St. Vincent because they did lose wickets in clusters in that middle stage. And they would want to preserve the numbers as they head into the second half of the chase.
So Aline's contribution was good, but just those couple of deliveries haven't gotten the boundary. Just getting one. You got to give Denver some credit too. And he played, well, one could say against the wind. It was in there for a long time. But having scored off the first ball, then a couple of good tight deliveries, and in the end he was out. It's a big wicket to get. There's no doubt about that. Hey, Stapleton. Bigger field for a catch at the wicket. The umpire says no. Umpire Laborde, who's done a good job, quite like her as an umpire, very firm. And with the departure of Ali now, it's going to be interesting to see what happens as far as Albert is concerned. It's a good opportunity too for the Vincentians to get back in the match here, because you would think that with the loss of Aline, the rate may go up a bit as Barbados try to just reconstruct the innings. This could go down to the wire. 91 for 2 over number 11 being bowled. Just one. It's pulled away. Didn't get a lot of bat onto that. I'm sure that Albert would be disappointed he didn't put that long hop away.
Well, yes, and 2 men out there in the deep. He did manage to find the gap. The placement was right, but the timing was a bit off.
Very well played by Williams, who's batted very well here. The thing about this outfield is that you got to run the first one quickly. It's not the best, and we've had a lot of fumbling, and they did the right thing there, in that they went for the first run quickly. But good work by the fielder at backward square to come in to pick it up. And a fumble. And they will look to get a second, and they will. Now this is poor cricket. Run the first run quickly. It's an outfield, and he's a lucky man, because had that return been right over the bails, he could have been in some trouble. You run the first one quickly, put the field under pressure. He was jogging as if he was going for a Sunday morning stroll, and then had to skate on his back to get home. His captain wasn't happy about it. Oh, he drops it, but it came from the long off area of the fielder and caught his hand to it, but couldn't hold on as Albert went for the big shot. But this is, when you look at it, 2 good overs for St. Vincent, and particularly since the departure of Aline, they've been able to pull it back. So 11 gone, it's 96 for 2.
Lucky escape there for Albert, although a tremendous effort. It was too valiant effort by Shaman Hooper, the fielder coming in off the long off boundary. Had to run all of 20 meters and then dive. Managed to get his hands onto the ball. Not sure if it was before the ball had pitched or just as getting his fingers under it. But it would have been a miraculous take had he been able to make it. As it turns out, Albert gets a break.
And he has the strike now to Denver. Just a single. Now, will St. Vincent of the Grenadines police force bowl Denver out here? Or will they look to maybe get him in towards the back end of the innings? He's bowled well. He's been economical, and he's also gotten the important wicket of Aline. Of course, he knows about success against Barbados. He just destroyed them in the regional competition, bowled him beautifully, getting 5 in the second innings. Kenneth Dember. Good control so far. Another good delivery wide, and Williams couldn't put it away. So it's been a good little period for St. Vincent and the Grenadines police force. They've been able to pull it back in the last over or so. Just one. Bowling wide, making the batsman, as they say, stretch. And we've had 3 balls in the over and just 2 runs so far.
Yes, doing the job required of him, Denver. First of all, getting rid of Allen, and then just keeping the strike rate down.
Single to Albert. Or whether Barbados' strategy here would be to just, as they say, play him out. But they've been very careful to him. Would want to finish strongly in his 3rd over. He's just conceded 3. This has been a very good over indeed. Just 1 to come. The rate has gone to 8.94 required. Back to the bowler. So an over in which just 3 runs came, and it means that the rate has now gone to 9.13. 12 gone, it's 99.42.
Well, good little period here, as you mentioned, Andrew, for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, led by their experienced off-spinner, Kenneth Dember. And he has been leading the way as they look to work their way back into this game. Game appeared to be slipping away from them somewhat when Allen and Williams were together in that rousing partnership. But ever since getting rid of Allen, they've been able to find a way to keep the Barbadians in check. Another important pair of batters here.
Just getting back to the over that Allen got out. The first ball was short and he got it over mid-wicket, but then you've got to give credit to Dember. He was able to get a couple of deliveries, just conceding 1. And as I said earlier, I think Allen felt that he had to do something, although he was up with the rate and he, hitting against the wind, so to speak. The ball was easily taken by the fielder. Now Stapleton to continue to Albert. That's down the leg side. We've had so many wides. Barbados conceded 16.
Quite a number of them.
And so far we've had 3. So already 19 wides in this game. Well. And the 100 has come on the board for Barbados as well with that.
With a wide of 75 deliveries, 10 4s and 2 6s. Still another 72 runs to get. We're into the 13th over. So again, the equation not really out of, definitely not out of the reach of the Barbadians. But the Vincentians will want to keep applying the brakes to the rate of scoring. Push that required rate up.
Hasn't timed it very well.
Hasn't timed anything very well since he's been to the wicket, Albert. Looking for a lot of power, everyone notices.
And normally he's a good time of the ball, good strike of the ball, good cricketer. Williams, 28 from 29 balls. He's the captain. Just a single. Or will they come back for the second? No, they won't. They didn't run the first one quickly, and then we're looking to push for the second.
Williams not the kind of batsman who is going to hurt you with power and studied boundary hitting, but the kind of person who's going to roll the strike over, turn the strike over, and he's going to require the other batsmen to bat around him, the stronger players, the stronger hitters of the ball.
The last boundary would have been in Denver's second over. So Barbados have not scored a boundary for what? Pretty close to 3 now. So that represents, you know, an important period of cricket as well. Just a single. The other thing too is that St. Vincent and the Grenadines police force, they've got two very good fielders patrolling long off and long on. So important in T20 to get your top fielders in those positions. It's been a good over so far, an over in which 4 balls gone and just 4 runs scored. Another good delivery.
Peel for leg before wicket, and the Vincentians are showing some signs of protestation with the body language. Williams coming onto the front foot, struck on the pad, and the umpire definitively saying no, shaking the head vigorously from left to right. Probably a case of the batsman. He did get in a stride though, so
It might have been struck outside the off stump.
it might have been just outside off.
Last ball of the over. We'll get a second here. It's been a good over. It's been a good period for St. Vincent and the Grenadines police force. 13 gone, 105 for 2.
Well, yes, and the required rate now 9.5 runs an over. Still not out of the reach of the Barbados. There's nothing to be alarmed about. The important thing for Barbados here is that they have as many as 8 wickets still in hand. And I think that would give them something of a cushion with which to operate. Williams there, chugging along at a runner ball. Albert has had his problems in getting the ball away. Since he has come, Darius Sargent showed some good form in his last knock. He's scheduled to come next.
So here's Denver to bowl his last. Just one. The 4s are not coming, as was the case earlier when Aline was batting. But to score at 9 per over, I mean, that's not bad at all. Good bowling again by Denver. He's been brilliant. And batsman coming on the pitch, showing a bit of impatience, the captain. Something could give in this over. Is he gone? Appeal for catch. He's out. Cotton bowl.
Well, you called it, Andrew. Something had to give. The Vincentians prepared to give the singles. That wasn't hurting them. And Roger Williams thinking, though, that he had to really make a move on, forcing the shot, the delivery one ball into the pitch again, and looking to power it down to probably to long on, hitting it in the air. But a very, very good catch taken by Denver, too, off his own bowling, because he was taken very, very low, had very little time to react and get the fingers under it and take what was really an excellent catch, which we will probably get to see again.
Yeah. And as you said, the ball before he was down the pitch and found one bang on target, not giving it the kind of loop that we saw from Goodin, and that perfect length. And suppose with the departure of Alina, things get a bit tight, and Williams just going away from his normal script of just working it around.
Well, Andrew, what I can promise you and our viewers is that it's action time.
Yep.
Kimar Smith comes to the wicket, and there is going to be action. Take it from me.
One
way
way
or
the
another.
other. All right. Well, Denver has bowled beautifully here. Showing all of his experience at the first-class level. Very good control from him.
The Kimar Smith, I know, is going to refuse to be kept quiet. Will not be.
get one. Will they look for the second? No, they won't. Good bit of work from backward square again. Very good bowling from Denver. He's picked up a wicket. He's only conceded, what, 2 in the over. He's got 1 left, and already, you know, when you look at his economy rate, it's beautiful. In fact, he's just conceded 16 runs. He's going to bowl his last ball, getting 2 important wickets. This has been a good bit of work from him. Ball goes down to long on for just 1. Fine piece of bowling by Kenneth Denver in the situation where Aline was going very well indeed. He's finished with 4 overs, no winners, 2 for 17, 14 gone, and with a rate of 10.67 required. Barbados 108 for 3.
Well, leading the way there, Denver, among the economy rates, which we have seen so far, 4 overs for those 17 runs at a rate of 4.25. If ever there was a right time, though, for a wicket to fall, it would have been the fall of Roger Williams, because as we head into the death, the perfect player that you would want to see come to the wicket would be Kemar Smith.
Just a single.
Just given some news, just handed an email forced to hear from Elvis Howard, you know, the pavilion at the facility at the Glebe in St. George would have been officially opened today, and I must say congratulations to our own George Brathwaite, alias Susan, whose name will now dawn that facility.
In the air, chance for catch. Catch taken.
Smith gone. I did tell you, he refused to be kept quiet. And Stapleton going for the full length delivery. Smith looking to launch it down the ground, not making clean contact. The ball going high up to long off. The fielder coming in, I think it was Martin, and making the catch look easy. But that's a crucial wicket. I did mention that Smith being the person you would want to be at the wicket in the death overs. And here it is, St. Vincent managing to price him out even before the end of the 15th over. Yeah. High in the air, and the fielder just settling under it and ensuring Darius Martin, the catcher, taking it high up towards the chest, under the chin, as recommended. And there it goes. Barbados now sinking into a bit of a position of bother, the loss of their 4th wicket. But I did mention to you about that naming of that pavilion at St. George after the George Brathwaite, former. Well, he would have played a lot of his cricket at that ground in the Glebe and drew right outside the St. George Parish Church. He's a legend in the BCL game in that area before he moved on to Banks, where he provided lots and lots of entertainment with some exhilarating stroke play, particularly against fast bowlers. You would have seen him on.
Oh, yes. Brilliant. And richly deserved as well.
Yeah, congratulations to Susan. He's familiarly known among his friends.
Susan?
Susan.
Oh.
Not Suzanne.
Susan. And we're talking about George Brathwaite. Now Larry Babb comes to the crease. The last boundary came off the first ball of the 10th over. So you'll have some indication as to what has happened in recent times. It's been all St. Vincent ever since the departure of Ali. His wicket was crucial. They've been able to get wickets, and also as well, that rate has now gone to 11.45.
Yes, 63 runs required of just 33 balls left now. So they're going to need to get on with it there, police.
That's a wonderful shot. Goes for 4. Last time it was in the 10th over. So it's been a long time that police has got a boundary. Down to backward square, very well played indeed. 113 for 4.
Well, is it Larry Babb? That's Larry Babb. Power, precision, placement. All the P's there by Larry. Delivery outside the yard stump. and just dipping at the knees, stroking it behind point. The ball racing across the outfield, the huge outfield here at Weymouth. So 4 runs, much needed.
Very good comeback delivery by Stapleton, who's been good as well. Albert hasn't really got going at all. He's 11 from 13 balls. Keeper doesn't take it, the ball just dropped in front of him, so they got a bye for that. The over comes to an end. Things are getting very tight for the Barbados Police Service. 15 gone, 114 for a loss of 4.
Well, as the great Dave Bernard would say, as they face the guns outside the Savannah Club, 2 furlongs to go, it is anybody's race.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And to describe the rest of the race, along with Andrew, will be Joel Manning.
So 114 for 4. Bab is 4, Albert is on 11. And Dylan Douglas is going to come into the attack. But a lot of things change since you were last doing commentary, Joel. When you were here, Aline was going great guns. Now it's 58 from 30. Not on the equation, but a couple of wickets have fallen as well. But St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force have really come back into the match, thanks to Denver's bowling as well. Beautiful. Now Douglas to come into the attack. Chance for catch taken. Bab goes. Soft dismissal. Short ball pulled away. Down to bat was square. A ball that he really should have hit maybe into Government Hill. Instead, he's still at Weymouth. Further trouble for police. And they're now beginning to slip here. They've lost their 5th wicket now. Joel.
Yeah, just going into what would be the longer side of the boundary and wanting to get into that win factor as well. An easy catch in the end because the man at deep square leg did not have to do much work to take that one. Larry Babb goes, a crucial wicket, goes at a crucial time for Barbados. 114 for 4. Babb, he goes for 4. Well, actually 114 for 5. It's just so interesting when you look back at the comparison, because I said that, yes, Barbados got ahead in terms of where they were at over number 10, but 99 runs were scored in the back end by St. Vincent and the Grenadines at 114 for 4 after 10. St. Vincent and the Grenadines were 112 for 7, and then they got a further 59 runs in the final 5. Barbados needed that 58 in their final 5. They have the wickets in hand. The wickets are certainly in their favor, but it will take some work here for the pair at the crease.
Yeah, well, I think you really got to compliment St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force because they had the worst of the pitch. It was a pitch that offered a lot to the bowlers, and I didn't quite think that the medium pacers for Barbados utilized the pitch as well. And in the end, good effort on the part of St. Vincent and the Grenadines to get up to that 171, thanks to Lewis towards the end. Very important player for them. Barbados, I thought, lost the plot as well in terms of not trying to go for the juggler at 122 for 7. So Seal comes out to bat. Here's Douglas to bowl to him. Just a single.
Yeah, holding back the delivery, and he knows as the off spinner that the angle here might favor, yes, the right-handed batters, but the ground favors him. It's a lot of space into that leg side. The wind is blowing strong. He's asking them if they want to take it on to go ahead.
Well, that must be safe. It is. Put away, down to backward square by Albert, whose timing has not been the best. He gets a boundary.
Yeah, the pace is what really helped Albert on that particular occasion. A much faster delivery from Douglas, and not just the fact that it was fast, but it was offline. It was heading down the leg side on the angle of being over the wicket, and all Albert had to do was help it around the corner. He got enough back onto it, and 4 good runs for him and 4 good runs for Barbados.
So 52 now from 26 balls. That rate has gone to 12. At one stage they were scoring at, well, I mean the rate required was on to 8.
Hit into that cow corner position and hit well by Albert, and it's gone for the maximum result. By Seal, in fact.
So good end to the over. 12 came from the over. And it's a situation now, it's a question of balls and runs. 46 to get from 24 balls.
It's at a very interesting stage here for Barbados. They need the runs, cannot afford to lose the wickets.
Yeah, that was hit powerfully, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Too short.
Muscled
Swung
that one.
away. The best over they've had since the 8th over. And it was an over from Dylan Douglas that produced 12 runs. Now Stapleton to continue. He's been very good with his medium pace. He's conceded just 17 from his 3 overs and has picked up a wicket as well. He's going to bowl to Albert. Albert playing across the line. Someone in the back shouting, play the ball through the offside. He played with a crooked bat, as one will describe it. So deliberate attempt by Stapleton to bowl the ball wide. And that rate is now over 12. Good bowling. And that's the way to bowl. A bit of effort, a bit wide. And the batsman tried to play across it again with no success.
I just think that sensible cricket is required here for Barbados. Yes, you're looking at rate and seeing 12, but if you look back to how St. Vincent and the Grenadines got their runs at the back end, it was a case of capitalizing on the bad balls, and they were afforded quite a few by Barbados, but it looks as if the approach here is all power and not enough thinking in terms of the context of the game. There's a lot of space around because tools also add up here, singles as well add up, rotate the strike, and then look to capitalize on the bad balls here. Just allowing too many balls to get by them here, Barbados, and that is what is adding the pressure to them, because there's still a lot of time and technicality left in terms of getting to the required total. It will not need all boundaries. It's just so interesting looking at the leg side field. It's stacked coming around, so there's a man at long on a man at deep mid-wicket, a man at deep square leg as well. You consider whether or not dropping it into that leg side and looking for the two as well on more than one occasion could bring the results that you're looking for. 3 twos is still 6 in the over.
Stapleton has been very good. Just 3 runs coming from the over. Pressure, Moncton and Barbados. The equation, 43 to get from 18. And look at that rate required now, it's 14.33.
Yeah, certainly pressure. Moncton and Barbados not responding to it at the moment. Just looking for the boundaries. And yes, they do need boundaries, don't get me wrong. Yes, they do need boundaries at this stage, but at the same time, you must look to turn those good deliveries into scoring options for you.
So often Lewis will come in for his second spell, his first spell. 3 overs, nobody's done for 24, so Douglas has just had 1. So they've decided to go to Lewis, who played such an important knock for them when they were singing at 122 for 7. It's a lovely shot. They'll get a second here. I think they need a big over here. They need an over of about 15 or so, or even 20 if they can do that.
Yeah, they certainly do need a big over, and it's interesting that they're going to have to do it against a man who's gone at just around 6 and over throughout this entire competition. Lewis has bowled well in terms of the economy rate. As I mentioned, is 6.2 across this entire tournament. So a tall order and a big task for them here in the back end, Barbados.
It's gone a long way. It's gone for 6 runs. Very well played indeed by Albert. They really needed that. Given a bit of air, and it went down towards that long on air. That's gone for 6. Well played. They need a couple more of those. Somebody says, keep going, Albert. He certainly got that ability. I've seen him before.
Yeah, just getting all of that one on that occasion.
And that's gone a long way as well. That's gone for 4. Short of a length. And pulled down towards that straight mid-wicket area. Now, the equation 31 to get from 14 balls. Let's look at this.
Yeah, dragging it down on an occasion. This time we're seeing the one that went straight back over the head, and that occasion was too full from Lewis. The length was wrong. The previous delivery was wrong on this one as well, slightly easing that pressure for Barbados, capitalizing on the mistakes made by the off spinner is Albert at the moment, picking his balls well, and I think is better here now. This matchup does favor him.
So the mid-wicket has been pulled away, and we'll go towards mid-wicket on the boundary. These are 2 important deliveries here. St. Vincent will want to pull it back. Barbados will want to continue. They're free scoring in this over. They've already had 12 from the over. Here we go. And he's bowled him. Going on the back foot, looking to force the ball through the offside, and he's gone. So that's a big wicket to get.
Yeah, certainly the wicket that St. Vincent and the Grenadines would have wanted, especially given that they dropped Albert when he was just 3 in over number 11. He went on to make 30 from 23 deliveries. Did Albert. A wonderful little innings from him comes to an end. Success for St. Vincent and Grenadines, flatter, and the length was a lot better as well on that occasion from Lewis. Pulled the length back, kept it flat, and Albert seen his leg stump disturbed. The 8th wicket down, or rather the 6th wicket down for Barbados, 141 for 6.
Yeah, The other thing, too, about that dismissal was that there was a lot of movement from Albert while the bowler was going in, and he was trying to play the ball through the offside. There's an edge. And they won't go for the run here. Now, what that was all about. Well, well, well. So, we are down to the wire. 31 to get from 12. The rate required is 15.
Oh, the crowd on hand is certainly in for a close finish here. They've grown as the day has gone on, been treated to some wonderful action, and either way that their support leans, they can probably say that this was a wonderful start. It's a semi-final day here in terms of the Regional Police Cricket Tournament.
Well, these are moments. You get 12 from the first 4, then the batsman gets bowled, and then the last ball, not a run scored. And it now pushes the rate over 15. So they need a big over. They say that in T20 cricket, the 19th over is always the most important. And they've gone back to Darius Martin, who's bowled 3 overs, no better than 1 for 29. He's going to bowl to Seal, who can certainly give it a whack. But the odds are with St. Vincent and the Grenadines here, but you never know. Cricket is a funny old game.
Yeah, so you're looking at 31. I do believe they need to be targeting roughly about 20 at least in this over. The bulk of the work needs to be done in over number 19 for Barbados.
Here's Martin to start over number 19. And it's a no ball. Wow. Starts with a no ball. Free hit.
It takes us back to the first innings, the innings of St. Vincent and the Grenadines went even in the 19th over and the 18th over. They were receiving a couple free hits, and that's what really gave them the momentum at the end. You certainly want this at the start of the 19th if you're Barbados, a chance to just have a free swing at it. The wind is favouring him to the leg side, hence why I believe this is why Martin is bowling around the wicket. He's looking to push that ball across Seal at the moment.
So free hit is an offer here. And he doesn't connect. He does not connect. So Martin gets away with that. Banged in short. Good pace.
It was almost telegraphed in terms of the type of delivery that Martin would have bowled there. The angle going across him. You probably just have to tell yourself that maybe Seal missed the trick on that occasion, especially with the man at third man up. And he's sending that man at third man back now, asking the long off to come up. An interesting change in the field. But once again, you have to be telling yourself that he's looking to go right across Seal, not get into that swinging arc.
Oh, it goes past the keeper. It's gone a long way. It's gone for 4. Buys. Well, well, well. So now, 26 to get from 10.
Probably man at third man, too wide on that occasion. You probably do expect that your keeper would glove it there, because I guess everybody out there knows what is coming. Third man maybe just too wide there, couldn't get around. The keeper not doing the best of jobs behind the stump. Also 26 needed from 10. The tension is growing. The nerves are here at Weymouth.
Here's Martin. It's a long way there. Whose catch it will be? Taken. Good catch. Kept his eyes on it. Mid-off comes in to take the catch. And Barbados loses another wicket.
Well, Seal looking to get the elevation on it. Probably could have looked towards that offside, given that you know the angle will always be going against him. Trying to get it probably more so towards that long on mid-wicket region, and hence why it got that level of elevation. The bat twisting and the hand ever so slightly, and it ended up being quite an easy catch in the end for the man coming around at mid-off. It took some catching in the end because it did go sky high, and when you look at the conditions above, clouds all around, that ball could disappear. We saw that happen with Kadeem Aline in the very 19th over as well from this end, but the catch was taken, and with it the 7th wicket falls for Barbados.
And it's now 26 to get from 9 balls. The rate has gone to 17.33. New batsman is Stefan Goodin. He can give it a whack as well. The odds are with St. Vincent and the Grenadines police force. Here's Martin from round the wicket to Goodin. Can't get better under that. And they will get what will be a bye. The keeper picked it up. And it's a bye. He threw it back to the bowler, went behind him, and they took a run. The bye. Well. But it brings Sargent into strike.
Yeah, probably the man that you would want at that striking end. Sargent, the more experienced and probably the cleaner hitter of the ball, the man with probably a wider shot range as well.
They need a boundary here. Just one. They look for a second. Well. Martin has come back very well.
Yeah, didn't get the wicket there because a run out was on offer for them, but a single only for them, and certainly a fantastic 19th over by Martin, doing the job that the coach, the captain, and his side, his country, have wanted from him.
Just 7 from the over, and this is his last ball. A big ball coming up here. 24 to get from just 7. And he ends well. Don't know what Stefan Goodin was trying to do, but it means that there are 24 required from the last 6. And one would think that St. Vincent and the Grenadines should, and I emphasize the word should, go on to win.
Well, we've seen stranger things happen in cricket. 24 runs certainly can come from 6 balls, so we might use the word improbable, but it's certainly not impossible here for Barbados. But the odds are right now, the momentum right now in favor of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I do really think that Barbados got things just a little wrong in that last over because everything was telegraphed before Martin even came to bowl. The way the field was set, the fact that he was coming around the wicket, and at no stage did they attempt to put him off of that line that he was looking to bowl at them. Everybody went towards the legs, and that is why a lot of the deliveries were missed, resulting in 24 runs now needed here in this final over.
Well, it's going to be Dylan Douglas to bowl the last over. He's going to come round the wicket. He comes to Sargent. Sargent is bowled off stump. So, trouble and more trouble. And one would think that unless something dramatic happens, St. Vincent and the Grenadines police force, they're on their way to the finals.
Yeah, they're certainly smelling victory here. They're almost at the line, not there just yet, because once again, improbable but not impossible for Barbados. But Sargent missing that one, and the off stump going rocking back. And Douglas was off to the races. A few flips involved there as well, because they are celebrating, they're happy, and they know that currently they're doing a wonderful job here of restricting the Barbados Police Service.
Yeah, ever since the departure of Kadeem Aline, that was a big fish, that was a snapper, and ever since they got him, Barbados have not only lost wickets, but they've also lost their way in terms of the rate. And to be honest with you, you really have to give St. Vincent and the Grenadines credit if they go on to win this. No batsman is Vincent Vaughan, VV. And he edges down to third man. It will skid out towards the boundary. It will get 2. That's not going to be enough. So they require 22 from 4.
Well, pretty much everything must clear the rope at this stage if Barbados are to stay alive, if they're to have a sniff of even a possibility of entering the gates of Kensington Oval as finalist. Certainly been a fantastic final here, or rather semi-final at Weymouth.
That's gone a long way. Is that 4 or is it 6? 4 runs.
Yeah.
Over cover.
Dropping just inside that one.
So they need 18 runs from 3 balls, so that's a simple equation. Simple, simple, simple.
6, 6, 6. That is the only simplicity in that equation there. Can Venice Vaughan do it? I mentioned improbable but not impossible. Tight deliveries needed for St. Vincent.
Beautifully bowled indeed. So it's all over really now.
Yeah, unless there's a no ball here from Douglas. Simple cricket required now for St. Vincent and Grenadines to get home. That won't do it. So the writing pretty much on the wall here. They know what is coming their way. The hearts are beginning to race for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Come Monday, you will see St. Vincent and the Grenadines playing at Kensington Oval, for they are the first finalists of this year's Regional Police Cricket Tournament.
And congratulations to them, because I think when you look at it, they really deserve to have won the game in my view, in that I didn't think that Barbados capitalized enough on a pitch that offered a great deal to the bowlers. The emphasis was more on just bowling wide instead of trying to get wickets at 122 for 7. They didn't go for the juggle in my view. Aline was all over the place. They got a good start from him. And in the end, you have to rate St. Vincent's performance as one worthy of commendation, because I can tell you that man Dember, when he knows about success for his country, 4 overs, no winners, 2 for 17, he pulled it back, got the big snapper when he got Aline for 57, and although Williams got 31, he rather laboured. Albert got 30, but you always felt that with the departure of Aline and Albert, Barbados were going to struggle, and in the end, 158 for 8, and a good victory for St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force.
That's certainly a fantastic victory for them, and I really believe that this match swung on 2 factors for me. Othniel Lewis in the first innings, 48 not out of 27 deliveries. He came in at a time where there was trouble, the pressure was on, and he batted with the head, and he really capitalized on the bad balls and the waywardness at that stage from the Barbados Police Service. And then at one stage in the Barbados innings, they certainly looked set and on course for what should have been maybe a relatively comfortable victory. But Kenneth Dember being introduced in over number 8 was the second factor for me. Those 4 overs were the key overs to my mind for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, just going 2 for 17. He came at a time where they wanted to pull back the scoring rate. He did just that, but beyond that, he got 2 key wickets as well, and a job well done overall for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They have been confirmed as the first finalist that we'll see on Monday at Kensington Oval. So very quickly, just looking back over how things went. Darius Martin, he picked up 2. Well, let's look at the scorecard first. Bab didn't do much for the scores. He just got 1. Aline, he was certainly the standout batter. He got 57 from 34. 31 to Williams, 30 to Albert, but from there, nothing else really going in favor of the Barbados Police Service. Just 1 for Smith, 4 for Bab, 8 for Seal, 1 for Sargent, and a not-out batsman in Gooding and Vaughan. And in terms now of the bowling figures, Martin, he started things well for them. He picked up 2 in the end. Othniel Lewis, he picked up 1. But that man, Kenneth Dember, came in over number 8, as I said, and 2 for 17. Those were certainly overs of gold for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Stapleton, he came and also bowled well. He went at just an economy of 5. He picked up 1. And Dylan Douglas, he picked up the other 2 wickets in this innings. Barbados Police Service restricted to 154 for 8 in pursuit of 172 runs for victory.
Very good entertainment, Joel. Twice for the duration of the match, the Barbadians threatened to upset the form book. The form book said the unbeaten Vincentians were favored to win, and when St. Vincent batted, Barbados got among the wickets quite early and through the middle. Then we saw that resilience from the Vincentians coming back from the depths of despair, more or less, in the lower half of their innings, and get up to a total I thought was above par. I thought 150 would have been par on the pitch. We had an offer, and 171 was always going to take a lot of getting. Kadeem Aline threatened to chase those runs down, but once he was dismissed, the police innings really went into decline, and they never challenged again. So eventually, Desron Maloney and his band of Vincentian police officers making it into the final at Kensington Oval come Monday afternoon. As I say, good afternoon to Desron Maloney. Congratulations, and a close call, would you say?
Good afternoon. Yeah, kind of close call, but we knew once we could pass 150 with the batting first under wet condition that my bowlers was going to do the job for us.
You talk about the wet conditions, though. How much of a disadvantage was it having to bat first out there?
It was tough for the openers. I knew the task was going to be a big factor in the game. However, they sent us to bat, so we didn't have a choice. We were struggling at the halfway mark, but we knew once we batted the full 10 overs, then we can capitalize in the end with the battle.
Your lower order, your middle and lower order might not have had a lot of practice because of the dominance of the top order in earlier matches, but they did come to the party when they were needed, when eventually they were needed.
Yeah, it was a total team effort from the guys. It was good to see the middle order put their hands up, along with myself batting at number 4. We stuck to the task and we managed to get 170.
That move to push yourself to number 4, I noticed it. Yesterday you didn't open, and now today again. Was that a ploy part of your strategy?
I took a bit of rest yesterday because we played against Cayman Island, but today it was a strategy for me to bat at 4-1, look to go deep in the innings to get my team to a good total.
And then when you fielded Kadeem Aline and more Kadeem Aline, and along with the captain Roger Williams, again threatened to take it away, going great guns. Were you ever worried at any stage?
No, I wasn't worried. We were just looking to get out of the power play, so we knew once the field spread, then they'll have to go at the same pace that they were going in the power play, which was going to be more difficult for them.
And how about the pitch? Did it become easier for the Barbadians in the second innings?
Yeah, it was easier. As you see, Kadeem Allen, he played well, kudos to him. He hit a lot of balls through the line because the bounce was a bit better and he wasn't really too pace in the back end.
And looking towards the final come on Monday, everybody reporting fit and looking to put your best 11 out on the field?
We have a bit of niggles in the camp, but by Monday tomorrow as a rest day, we should be good by then.
And of course Trinidad and Tobago, or Lendl Simmons in Trinidad and Tobago, or Grenada. Any preference?
No, we reach Barbados to play cricket, and that's what we're going to play. At the end of the day, cricket is always going to be the winner.
Your team look very well drilled, very well oiled. You look like a team who has prepared. You look like a team who has been playing cricket. Is that the position with you?
Yeah, we play a lot of cricket together in St. Vincent. All of us play for the police club. So we knew each other's capability and we back each other's strength.
Right, so here again, I offer you my congratulations. I look forward to seeing you on a Monday at Kensington Oval, you and your happy band of police officers. Well done, Desron Maloney.
Thank you very much.
Right, that was the captain of the victorious St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force team, who triumphed over the host Barbados for the second time, Andrew. St. Vincent getting the better of Barbados on local soil.
Yeah, and I think they richly deserve to be in the finals. They came here today, found the pitch that apparently was soft. The game started late and they were quite angry about it. Barbados Police Service won the toss and quite predictably decided to bowl first. Didn't utilize the conditions as I thought, because on a pitch that you've got uneven bounce, you've got to attack the stumps, and there were as many as 16 wides, which would suggest to you that rather than attack and get wickets, Barbados defended unnecessarily. I thought that Allen was very ordinary with his bowling, and someone needs to tell him that he's much better than that. He's a very capable batsman, but he's also a decent medium-fast bowler. And I thought he was ordinary with his bowling, very good with his batting, but everything was around him, because when he actually batted and got out, I think that's when things started to decline for Barbados, and in the end they lost. And we must congratulate the St. Vincent and Grenadines police force. I thought they played very well. They deserved to win. And the action, of course, now turns to the second semi-final. It's the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, of course, the Republic of Barbados. And if I know that some people, some of them said, no, police service. And of course, the Grenada police force, they're going to be involved in battle just around 2 o'clock. Any predictions?
Well, it's after 2 now.
Oh, it's after 2.
Yeah, but again, judging on the form book says that the Grenadines should win this one.
Right.
They would have come second in the preliminary standings. But of course, there's a man called Lendl Simmons, who is going to be turning out for the Trinidad and Tobago's police service. And I think if there was one man in this tournament who is capable of let's say, carrying a team and winning a match off his own back, it will be Lendl Simmons. He is going to be a key factor and a dangerous player for Grenada to face.
Well, we saw him at Lears yesterday, and he got 21 with 3 sixes and then was run out. Just confirmed that the game is going to be starting at 2:30, and of course we'll be here to bring it for you. So the news once again: St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force beating the Barbados Police Service, and as I said earlier, I think we'll all agree that given the circumstances with the pitch, they were able to recover and make 171, which turned out to be a pretty challenging score for Barbados, and some very good bowling from Denver, who's had a lot of success against Barbados in recent times. And I thought towards the end, Martin came back with some good bowling as Barbados threatened, but in the end, it turned out to be a comfortable victory for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force. So the attention turned now to Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and the Grenada Police Force. They'll do battle at 2:30. Please join us then.